we have accessed in terms of the charge sheet?
Yes, there are several sections that has been pressed against all the accused in this case. The four prime accused for that matter, Syamkanu Mohanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival in Singapore, Siddharth Sharma, Zubin Garg's manager, his musician Shekhar Goswami and co-singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta, they have been slapped with section 103 of the BNS, which amounts to commitment of murder, and apart from that also section 106, which amounts to negligence due to negligence. This has also been pressed against these four main accused, that is Syamkanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, Shekhar Goswami and Amrit Prabha Mahanta. Zubin Garg's cousin, who is also involved in this crime, against him, charges have been slapped for culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Apart from that, also the financial irregularities part is also being investigated by the Assam police, and in this regard, Syamkanu Mohanta, Siddharth and PSOs Nandeswar Bora and Paresh Boisa has been slapped with section 316 of the BNS, which amounts for criminal breach of trust. These are the charges that has been pressed against this main accused in this case. Also, it may be mentioned that the charge sheet that has been submitted in the court today consists of more than 3,500 pages of charges that has been put, and apart from that, several annexes has also been filed in the court, which takes the entire booklet to around 10,000 to 12,000 pages. The court is still sitting. They are going page by page as far as the main charges in this regard are concerned. And also, the state government will be praying for a fast-track trial in this case. This is what we are getting to know. And also that today, probably later in the day, the Assam Police SIT head is also expected to brief the media in this regard as far as the charges pressed against Syamkanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, Amrit Prabha, Shekhar Goswami, Sandipan Garg, Nandeswar Boisa and Nandeswar Bora and Paresh Boisa are concerned. Riyanka.
That's right. Anirudh, what is the next course of action that we are expecting? Because people in Assam were very much in close connection with Zubin Garg. We had seen the amount of love that had come out on the streets when he was on his last journey. How is there justice that is going to be served? How will the people be also given that assurance? What is the next course of action?
Yes, everyone is hoping that that trial will be further sent for a fast-track trial, fast-track court as far as the trial is concerned, and keeping in view the sentiment of the public, the state government is also going to pray for a fast-track investigation. As far as the case number 18/25 is concerned, in which the charge sheet has been filed today by the SIT. There is also another case, that is 19/25, which is investigation of the financial irregularities on part of Syamkanu Mohanta. Along with various other departments are also concerned, and apart from that, the Assam Police is also widening the the investigation as far as Zubin Garg's death is concerned, and that is the reason why the state government has already announced that a separate case will also be registered by the SIT to investigate into the circumstances that led to death of Zubin Garg, not only in the recent circumstances, but also some incidents even dating back to 4 and 5 years back. Those accounts will also brought under the scrutiny of the investigating agency, Riyanka.
Absolutely. Financial irregularities is also under the scrutiny. We get you the details on this story as the SIT submits the charge sheet. Thank you, Anirudh, for joining us and giving us the updates on that. With that, viewers, we shift our focus and get you some more news. Republic has accessed the clincher in Ajit Pawar case. Ajit Pawar's claim on son's land deal has fallen apart. That's the latest development coming in. We have, in fact, accessed the particular fact. The government fast-tracked Parth Pawar's takeover. That's the question that we are asking. And this is a Republic super exclusive. The question is whether Pawar's lied about the takeover. Multiple questions now being asked. Republic has accessed the clincher in the Ajit Pawar case. Ajit Pawar's claims on son's land deal is looking like it's falling apart.
कि ये पुणे लैंड स्कैम में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कोई डील नहीं हुआ। हमारे पास सेल डीड है, हमारे पास वो चिट्ठी है जहाँ पे बोटानिकल गार्डन लिख रहा है ऑफिशियल्स को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को कि हमारे यहाँ पे इलीगल पोजीशन लेने लोग आ रहे हैं, इलीगल डील हुआ है। इसके बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं कोई डील ही नहीं हुआ।
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का आप कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे अमेरिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता है सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है आईजीआर डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं। फिर कोई ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
जो सेल डीड
है वो तो झूठ है। अगर ऐसे सेल डीड झूठे होते रहेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे। ये कानून किस लिए है? अगर अजित पवार ये बोल रहे तो अजित पवार अपने बेटे की गुनाह की कबूली दे रहे हैं।
तो अभी ये पूरा सेल डीड को मुकर गए, मतलब ट्रांजैक्शन को मुकर गए। इसका मतलब ये हो सकता है क्या कि फ्री में ही ज़मीन जो आम आदमी का ज़मीन है वो हड़पने के लिए ट्राई किया था वो लोगों ने? ये तो
आम आदमी की ज़मीन हड़पने का ट्राई तो बिल्कुल किया था। उसमें 3 चीज़ें, जो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम में आते। एक तो बिना पैसे के लेन देन के 340 एकड़ का ज़मीन का ट्रांजैक्शन किया गया। दूसरी बात ये हो सकती है कि इसका कैश दिया हो या लिया हो, वो भी इलीगल है। 300 करोड़ की कैश लिया तो भी इलीगल है। फिर अगर बार्टर हुआ है तो तेजवानी के साथ क्या डील हुआ बिना वजह चाहिए, कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं है। ये ज़मीन की जायदाद की ये ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है तो ये सोशल वर्क नहीं है। तो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम की तरफ इशारा करती है और इसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए होने वाला नहीं है कि जो सारे जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं ये उन्हीं के लोग हैं जो इस क्राइम में शामिल थे, चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो या चाहे एसडीओ हो या तहसीलदार हो या अभी पुलिस वाले जो कर रहे हो उनको देखिए। क्रिमिनल सामने घूम रहा है, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, हाईकोर्ट बोल रहा है कि पार्थ पर एफआईआर क्यों नहीं हुआ। और सिर्फ इन लोगों को लगता है जो इसमें शामिल है उनको लगता है कि पार्थ का कोई संबंध नहीं है। ऐसे अगर कोई भी करने लगा तो सारे जो महाराष्ट्र की सिस्टम है उसका सत्यानाश हो जाएगा।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं आपके इस सूत्र में मैं बोल रही हूँ कि जहाँ पे पुलिस एफआईआर में पार्थ पवार का नाम नहीं रख रहा, जहाँ पे बुलाया जा रहा है लेकिन समन स्किप कर रहे दिग्विजय पटेल, वहाँ पे ईओडब्ल्यू पे भरोसा करना क्या सही है? ना कि ये जो लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ कैश जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है, इसके लिए ईडी आना चाहिए।
देखिए ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र के किसी भी ऑफिसर के हाथों से पूरा नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में या सारे हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसा एक सिस्टम हो गया है कि जो भी दबंग राजनेता होते हैं वो अपने पुलिस अधिकारी, अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स, आप देखिए पुणे में भी कई सब 15-15, 20-20 साल से वो वही है। तो इनके हाथों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इस जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके वो पार्टी है, तो वो खुद की इंक्वायरी कैसे करेंगे? तो उनसे कुछ होने लगे। तो यहाँ कोई थर्ड पार्टी या तो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी या ईडी की इंक्वायरी या सीबीआई इसमें ध्यान दे। और उसमें भी मुझे थोड़ा शक ऐसे होता है कि पुणे और सातारा ऐसी जगह कि यहाँ सारे हिंदुस्तान के बड़े बड़े लीडर्स और ऑफिसर्स की ज़मीनें हैं, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। तो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने देंगे।
We have some breaking news coming in. The investigation into the first rape case against Palakkad MLA Rahul Mamkutathil has been handed over to the crime branch. A special team led by AIG Pungu Zahil will now probe the case. The case was previously investigated by the Thiruvananthapuram City Police Commissioner. With the handover, both the rape cases registered against the MLA will now be under the supervision of the AIG. She was already heading the inquiry into the second rape case. Sankar joining me on the phone line. Sankar, Congress MLA Rahul's case has been handed over to the crime branch. Give us more details.
The case, the second case registered against the MLA on the complaint of a 23-year-old woman who is based in Bangalore. That case was handed over to the crime branch team, dropping the first case, which was registered on the complaint of a victim. The victim, the first case was being probed by the crime branch team, that is headed by AIG Pungudili, and now the second case has also been handed over to the crime branch team headed by Pungudili. The new development comes soon after the district sessions court, Thiruvananthapuram district sessions court, granted bail to Rahul Manguttathil MLA in connection with the second case, and already the first case was being probed by crime branch, and the investigation team was headed by Pungudili.
Right.
However, the second case was being probed by Thiruvananthapuram City Police Commissioner.
Right. Sankar, thank you for giving us the details. We will get you to help us with more updates on this after some time, because viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We have more updates coming up next in terms of the Deepam row in the Parliament. Stay tuned as we get you all the details on the same.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are tracking a lot of stories in this edition for you. The Deepam Rao controversy is a very fast developing story. In fact, right after the opposition MPs filed an impeachment motion against Justice G.R. Swaminathan, 57 judges have now come forward in support with Justice G.R. Swaminathan. We are getting you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. We are tracking this, the headlines first. Key hearing on Deepam Rao underway in Madurai bench of Madras High Court. Four inspectors who oversee IndiGo flight ops sacked from DGCA after mass cancellations. Luthra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Centre as deportation process begins. SIT files 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case. DKS meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. PM Modi, Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign free trade agreement. Now, in a major development, ladies and gentlemen, in the Tamil Nadu Deepam Rao, 57 former judges have now signed the petition backing Justice Swaminathan. Justice Swaminathan gave verdict on the Tirupara Kundram lamp lighting verdict. Now, in the petition signed by former judges, they have claimed political browbeating as well. This is the latest update that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, 57 former judges who signed the petition in support of Justice G.R. Swaminathan have strongly condemned the impeachment motion against him. They have called it, and I quote, a brazen attempt to browbeat judges and an attack on the judiciary. In fact, they have also said that the reasons mentioned by the opposition MPs for impeachment are inadequate and that they do not meet the threshold required for such a drastic step. All right, joining me live is my executive editor and senior colleague, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Ridham, this is a major update that we are tracking right now. In fact, 57 former judges have now come out in support of Justice Swaminathan. Give us more details on this.
Yes, I'm also going to try and see if the Delhi High Court former judge, Justice Dhingra, is joining us anytime now. And then I'm going to tell viewers what really happened. The signatories to this letter have spoken up, and a group of former High Court judges and former High Court Chief Justice statement condemning the acts by certain MPs, senior advocates to impeach Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court. They're saying this is an abuse of the impeachment process and a direct attack on judicial independence aimed at pressurizing judges to conform to political and ideological expectations. The statement recalls past instances also during the emergency where political overreach harmed judicial independence, which is what they are also trying to do here. It places the present move with a broader troubling pattern of intimidation of the higher judiciary, including past attempts against former Chief Justice of India. It stresses that impeachment is meant to protect judicial integrity, not to weaponize it as a tool of retaliation or coercion. Let me also tell our viewers that we're going to now be joined by former Delhi High Court Judge Justice S.N. Dhingra, who's also an signatory to this. Justice Dhingra, I earlier spoke to you, and as I thank you for being with us on Republic TV, we heard your anguish, we heard your anger. You were angry at the targeting of judges today. You said it endangers the institution, and you called upon the Parliament and citizens to firmly reject such attempts. Sir, what is the reasoning that all of you have come together for this?
You see, the oath which a member of parliament takes and the oath which a judge takes, both are same. Both have to uphold the constitution. What does that mean? That means once you are elected as member of parliament or as a judge, you will keep your personal identity separate and you will act according to the constitution. For a judge, deciding the case on merits is his duty. And for an MP, upholding the constitution and the independence of judiciary and the four institutions, other institutions, is their duty. They are actually targeting a judge contrary to the constitution. This is something very surprising that the very MPs who have taken oath to the constitution, they are now out to destroy an institution, most revered institution of the constitution. So that was the reason for our anguish that we wrote this letter, that this kind of effort to intimidate judges and the judiciary as a whole should not be allowed to go. And the people and the parliament, other members of parliament, the speaker should come alive to this and they should reject these kind of efforts and should not allow some MPs on this to tarnish the image of judiciary and to target the judiciary.
Justice Tindra, they are trying to target the judiciary. We spoke about it earlier. I remember attempts were made in December 2018 when Justice Deepak Mishra was the Chief Justice of India. They tried to impeach him in a similar manner when we saw the opposition also ask and clamor for his impeachment. Impeachment is a very serious process and there is a reason for impeachment. Are they doing right with the Constitution of India, sir?
You see, the effort of some of the advocates and these so-called high-level MPs who are day in, day out appear in the courts also, is that judiciary should work according to their wishes. So they and inside the court, they raise their voice, they browbeat the judges, and sometimes they say that we will not argue the case today, you must postpone the case. These things have been going on and judges have been dealing with it because the person appearing before them is one of the officers of the court. They can deal with it. Now, you see, judges are being attacked collectively by MPs. That is more painful that these persons who themselves have no morals and standards, they come and start attacking judiciary on the ground that, you see, a judgment has been given according to ideology. I think every judge has an ideology, and many of judges are appointed on from party cadres even. Justice Krishna here was the first judge who was a cadre of Communist Party, and he was made judge. All his judgments were based on his ideology of the society. So that is not something new. But attacking judiciary on the ground that he has given judgment which is not favorable to us, that is something new and this must be condemned heavily.
And Justice Dhingra, I completely agree with you. You've stressed that impeachment is meant to protect judicial integrity, not to weaponize it. These judicial decisions, like you are saying, are taken and challenged through appeals. We've seen so many cases of your own, sir. Of course, you've also appeared and given out opinions, but in the Tada cases, in the other cases, in the 1984 riots cases, you've sat through thousands and thousands of people's and appeals. If at that time this kind of such a browbeating was allowed, how would you also have been allowed to go forward and do your job without any sort of fear? Because they're only trying to create a sort of intimidating attitude towards judges.
You see, this letter is unprecedented. I think earlier MPs had some concern for judiciary that they should spare the judiciary. But for past about 5-7 years, we have seen that members of parliament, for their vested interests, have started attacking the judiciary and the judges individually and collectively. That is something, you see, very wrong. And even threats are given to judges. Now threats are being given from trial court level to Supreme Court level. This trend must be condemned and should be suppressed by Supreme Court with a high-handed, with its firmness, so that these trends are, you see, killed and in the very beginning, then these are not allowed to prosper.
I completely agree with you again. Sir, I also want to ask you the kind of ridiculous reasoning that these MPs of this Indi bloc have given, where they move for an impeachment motion, accusing the judge of proven misbehavior and gross misconduct. They give this representation. They say no action has been taken, and he continues to work on communal bias. How do you look at such maneuvers by these MPs?
You see, a judge is supposed to decide the case on the basis of evidence and the substance placed before him, and keeping the law in mind. Now, if they are aggrieved by any, judgment, they had right to appeal before the, division bench, then thereafter Supreme Court. They have not quoted which judgment of this judge was set aside on the ground of bias. Not if they had quoted a single judgment, that the judgment of this judge was set aside by higher court on the ground of bias, then one could understand the judge was biased. Actually, they themselves were biased. Since they are biased, they are calling the judge as biased. So that is not permissible, that you start targeting a judge on the basis of the judgment.
I agree with you. And I also want to ask you, do you think that this is being done? Because I also see a certain lobby that's working with them, whether it's members of parliament, whether it's senior advocates who are trying to get preferential treatment. And that is possibly the reason that certain judges are being targeted.
You see, that is a reason, one of the reasons. Other reasons are political. They wanted to gain political mileage. They know that they don't have numbers, but by raking up this matter in this manner, they wanted to appease some of their electorate. That is the reason that this matter has been raised. Otherwise, they knew it very well that they are not going to succeed in impeachment proceedings. These latter may not be taken cognizance even by the Speaker. The Speaker may outrightly reject it, as it was done in case of Justice Deepak Mishra. So the purpose is more than impeachment. The purpose is to please the electorate, which I consider is a very base and mean purpose.
Yes.
And using judiciary as a tool to appease the, their electorate is something which is condemnable.
I completely agree. And Justice Dhingra, I would go as far as to say they're doing this and not realizing that an international audience is also watching them. This is something that has to be condemned. I thank you, sir, for joining us. This is a larger message to every parliamentarian, to every citizen, to raise out and speak about this demeaning practice that has now begun by the opposition. It's back to the studio and Antara.
Absolutely, Rhythm. Absolutely. Some strong statements made there, Rhythm. Thank you for getting us. In fact, members of parliament from the DMK and other opposition parties had moved a motion before the Lok Sabha Speaker seeking the impeachment of Madras High Court Judge Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Now, this was dated December 9th, and this motion had been moved seeking removal of Justice Swaminathan under Article 217, read with 124 of the Constitution. Now, the signatories, 107 of them, include DMK leaders T.R. Balu, A. Raja, Kanimoy, and others. Now, this current situation, in fact, revolves around the impeachment motion against Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan. All right, joining me live is Sharda. Sharda, this is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking today. In fact, we were just speaking to our executive editor, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, and we have come to know, and as per reports, 57 former judges have now come to the fore in support of Justice Swaminathan as well.
Yes, Antra, now after moving the impeachment motion, the India Alliance submitted a letter to the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla, asking for the judge to be removed from his position, saying that his judgment on this case, especially Tirupakundram Deepam, has been very biased. And now supporting the judge G.R. Swaminathan, 56 judges from the High Court and the former Supreme Court judges had also come forward telling that this cannot be true, because if the DMK government is being biased, then that they cannot implement the same on the judge when the rule is against their ideology. And that's what multiple people, especially the judges who signed signing their support for Judge G.R. Swaminathan, pointed out. This all started as a legal fight just with two petitioners in Madurai bench of High Court reaching out to file a case, and when Judge G.R. Swaminathan gave a statement that was against what the DMK has been following, it turned politically, and DMK has been constantly aiming the Hindus after that, saying now even the lawyer is fighting in the case made a statement saying that there is no proof that the Deepatun was part of the temple administration, and that when G.R. Swaminathan heard the case, he did not make sure whether the Deepatun was part of the land survey that was done in 1974 and was built to mark the boundary of temple land, and that it was not something built to light the lamp. And there is also a petitioner who has been constantly telling that it was the temple administration that told Judge G.R. Swaminathan when he went there to check whether the Deepatun is actually there. The temple administration was the one immediately said that it was the Deepatun where their lamps used to be lit in the past, and that the practice has been stopped. However, the temple administration, who initially filed the petition saying that they do not want to light the lamp, is completely missing from this entire fiasco. And what we also have to notice is that multiple people have been around the hill have been telling that they had not had any issues in the past or even in the present now, and it is the political blame game being done in Tamil Nadu to make sure there is no harmony in between the two communities or religion.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. Thank you for getting us those updates. Of course, there are very, very strong statements that have been made. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now tracking another angle in this very fast-developing story. Now, the Madurai Deepam controversy echoed in Parliament after BJP MP Anurag Thakur raised the issue in the Lok Sabha, urging the government to address concerns surrounding the dispute. Now, Anurag Thakur said that this matter has triggered tensions and political reactions in Tamil Nadu, calling for clarity and accountability from the state administration. In fact, listen in to what Anurag Thakur had to say.
To raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Tirupakundram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar. I would like to put it on record.
To your party
the
member
police
also.
is acting in this manner.
I have given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
he was allowed to
Justice
raise.
G.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
stop.
said the state has shown willful disobedience of the order, and contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission,
sir, the order has been breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Tirupakundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a high-octane debate on the Deepam Rao. In fact, not just Anurag Thakur, ladies and gentlemen. Amit Shah yesterday also spoke on the issue. Listen into what the Union Home Minister had to say.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
In fact, viewers, the constant back and forth on the Deepam Rao continues. In fact, Cong MP Manikam Tagore also had to say something on this issue. Listen into what he had to say.
The saddest part that a peaceful state like Tamil Nadu is, they are planning to disturb the peace of Tamil Nadu. I represent a constituency of Virudhunagar and the assembly of Thiruparamkundaram. We know how we exist cordially. These people has come with fire, all fire to fire, lit the fire of peace. They want to burn the peace. RSS and its chief Mohan Bhagwat has done this kind of acts across India. They had burnt people, they had burnt houses, they had burnt villages, they had burnt cities. Now they are entering into Tamil Nadu, which will never be accepted in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu wants a peaceful coexistence. We are proud that we live in Thiruparamkundaram.
In fact, the Madurai High Court, viewers, has also granted permission for the Hindus to fast and conduct silent protests for 2 days, demanding the right to light the Deepam at the hilltop Murugan temple. Now, this decision comes after a long-standing dispute over the ritual, with the court previously ruling in favor of lighting the lamp at the Deepathun pillar, citing historical and literary evidence. Now, the protest is expected to be peaceful, with the organizers agreeing to carry out the demonstration at the Palanghatam junction instead of the temple premises to avoid inconvenience to the devotees. This is another angle that we are tracking here, ladies and gentlemen. The Madurai High Court has now granted permission for the Hindus to fast and conduct a silent protest for 2 days. Sharda, my colleague who continues to join me live. Sharda, this is yet another update that we are getting in on this story. The Madurai High Court has now granted permission for the devotees to carry out the silent protest for 2 days. Tell us more on this.
Well, an appeal and petition was filed today before the two-bench judge at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, where a Hindu group asked for permission to protest, especially do a fasting and a silent protest outside the Thiruparakundram temple at the bottom of the hill, saying that they want to do a 2 days protest completely to make sure until the government gives an order to light the lamp on top of the hill in Thiruparakundram. This comes after the DMK's, the state government lawyer, stated that the Archaeological Survey of India is still not provided with the information telling whether the Deepathun is part of the temple or if it is only a land, it is built when the land survey was done in 1974. However, multiple petitions saying that the Deepathun has been there for long, even before 1974, and it is part of the temple administration is what the temple administration told the Judge J.R. Swaminathan when he went there to do a survey before giving his judgment on the 1st of December. And this protest will be held tomorrow and day after at Thiruparakundram, where multiple people, earlier the judge gave permission for 50, now it looks like more than 50 people, at least 200, would be protesting for the Thiruparakundram hill lamp to be lit on the top of the hill, and it will be a fasting protest, 2 days without having any food or water, and also a silent protest.
Well, thank you, Sharda, for getting us those updates. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the Tamil Nadu Deepam Rao erupting in early December 2025 centers on a heated dispute over the traditional lighting of the Kartigai Deepam lamp during the festival of the ancient Subramanya Swami temple on the Thiruparakundram hill near Madurai, one of Lord Murugan's 6 sacred abodes. Now, the controversy arose when Madurai bench of Madras High Court on December 1st granted a petition
by Hindu founder Rama Ravikumar, directing temple authorities to light the lamp at the historic Deepathun stone pillar atop of the hill, reviving a century-old practice halted since the British era to avoid tensions near a nearby Dharka. Now, the DMK-led state government, citing potential communal unrest, imposed prohibitory orders and appealed the ruling to the Supreme Court, leading to the arrest of devotees attempting the ritual on December 3rd. Now, this is despite court-mandated CISF protection. Now, Republic Editor-in-Chief spoke to editor of Tughlaq, S. Gurumurthy, on the same. Listen in.
Mr. Gurumurthy, why is a seemingly simple act of lighting a lamp, the Kartikeya Deepam, which I'm told is a centuries-old practice, becoming such a flashpoint?
I want to make 3 undisputed facts first. Then I will go into what is the dispute now. The Thiruparamkundram temple, or the Thiruparamkundram, which is a mount, is a tradition that continues for 2000 years from the last Tamil Sangam period, which is in the 2nd century AD. That is the first important point. The second is the Deepathun, that the pillar on which the Deepam is lighted is dated 400 years back in the period of the Naikar regime. In that there is an inscription that people who are punya, those who have done punyam, they will be able to light this lamp. And there is an Hanuman carving in it. And the book published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeology department in 1981, it's very important. That says there is a tradition of lighting lamp by the local people during the Kartikeya Deepam. It is there. It is an admitted fact in terms of archaeological evidence of the Tamil Nadu government. The book is published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department. So 3 facts are settled. There is an antiquity, undisputed antiquity about the Thiruparamkundram temple. Second, this 400-year-old pillar itself contains the inscription that it is for lighting the lamp. And the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department book itself says that this tradition is followed by the people. So there is no question of this being something new which has been taken up by the Hindus. This is the first point. Second point, the Muslims themselves have conceded repeatedly that they have no objection to the lamp being lit. So there is no question of a Hindu-Muslim issue here. If the Muslims oppose it, then there can be a question. Even though it is an age-old tradition, the Muslims are opposing. So the Muslims are not opposing. This point has not come out in the discourse at all. And the next point is that there is a dispute between Muslims and Hindus which has nothing to do with the Deepam. It is about, there is a Dargah. And the Hindus are not objecting to the Dargah. This is another important point. That if the Hindus oppose the Dargah, then there can be a problem between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus do not say anything about the existence or objection to the Dargah. The one point in dispute is that this mountain is sacred for Hindus, and so there should be no sacrifice of animals there, which the Muslims do. That is also subject to judicial determination, and the Madras High Court has held now that no animal sacrifice should be there. So that is a matter which is being judicially decided. The Muslims and Hindus have submitted themselves to judicial determination. So the only small area of dispute that was there, whether there should be animal sacrifice or not, is subject to judicial determination. And so there is no dispute between Hindus and Muslims at all. They are creating this dispute And Justice Swaminathan's judgment is entirely based on facts and law. And they are trying to make a case out of it that this man is a Hindutva man, and that is why he has given this judgment. I am giving you a contrary judgment which he has made, which has hurt the feelings of the Hindus to such an extent that I had to write an article against Swaminathan for that judgment. There is a temple in Tamil Nadu, in the western part of Tamil Nadu, where women on a particular night, thousands of them go and pray and reside in the temple, those who have not got a child, and they pray for the child. One very extreme leftist and Dravidian man wrote a book that the women go there and all the riffraffs around that area go and impregnate them, and that is how they get the child. This book was approved by Swaminathan. How can a person who, even a normal judge would not do it? How can a man with a Hindutva conscience can permit a person to write a judgment about not only the religious faith and the people, religious faith and women?
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao now reaches the parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. As opposition moves an impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. After 3 months of investigation, Assam Police SIT submits the charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case. MOSMEA says that the issue of detention of Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutar Patnaik, at 2:30 p.m. this Friday afternoon. Our top focus continues to remain on the charge sheet now that has been finally filed in the Zubin Garg death case. Over 3,000 pages of charge sheet, and charges have finally been brought by the SIT after 3 months of intense investigation after interrogation of 300 plus witnesses. The charges are being pressed against Shyam Kanu Mahanta, Siddharth Sharma and Shekhar Goswami, along with Amrit Prabhu Mahanta under sections 103 and 106 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, under section 105 of the BNS against Zubin Garg's cousin Sandipan Garg, and along with that sections 316 of the BNS has been pressed against Shyam Kanu, Siddhartha and PSOs Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Baishya. These are some serious charges coming in as the charge sheet now has been finally submitted, over 3,500 pages of them, and my colleague Anirudh joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Anirudh, do tell us about the charges now that have been framed finally after 3 months of intense investigation by the SIT.
Yes, several charges have been pressed against the main accused in this case. As far as there have been total 7 arrests that has been made in this connection to Zubin Garg's death probe. And in this, among the 7, 4 are the main accused in this case. That is Shyam Kanu Mahanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, Siddharth Sharma, who was Zubin Garg's manager, Zubin Garg's co-musician Shekhar Goswami, and co-singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta. They have been framed as the key accused in this case, and charges under section 103 and 106 of BNS have been pressed against them. Apart from that, as you have mentioned, Zubin Garg's cousin Sandeepan Garg, he has been slapped with section 105 of the BNS, which amounts to a culpable homicide not amounting to murder. And apart from that, also the financial irregularities part is being investigated by the SIT, and in that connection, section 316 of the BNS have been pressed against the accused Syamkanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, and the PSOs of Zubin Garg, Nandeswar Bora and Perez Boiso. The charge sheet runs through over 3,500 pages,
Yes.
and along with the annexes, it is somewhere around 10 to 12,000 pages. This is what we are getting to know. And in a short while from now, the chief of the SIT, that is MP Gupta, Special Director General of Police,
Yes.
will be briefing the media in regards to the charge sheet that has been filed today.
All right, thank you very much, Anirudh, for bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest coming in the charge sheet that has been filed in the Zubin Garg death case. In the interim, here's an update coming in from the state of Karnataka, where temperatures were running a little bit cooler with a potential ceasefire between DKS and Siddaramaiah. But in a latest on-cam footage sequence that we are about to show you, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah loses his cool after reporters ask him if he is going to go to Delhi or whether he has been summoned to Delhi for questioning. Listen into that sequence where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah apparently loses cool. All right, that's the latest, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has lost his cool in once again another interaction. The question was asked by the reporter on whether he was summoned to Delhi, and subsequently you can see that very angry altercation where the Chief Minister loses his cool. His entourage partners there thrusting the mic away, and the Chief Minister scoffing at the reporter in a very angry sequence that is coming in from Karnataka. My colleague will join us live in just a second to break this down for us on what this exactly the sequence was about. But let's first listen into that sequence of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah losing his cool on camera. Take a look.
ಯಾರು ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾರ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಾರೇನ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳು 19 ತಾರೀಕು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ. ಯಾರು ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾರ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಾರೇನ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳು 19 ತಾರೀಕು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ.
Right, that's the sequence coming in of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there losing his cool when he was asked on whether he's been summoned to the national capital of Delhi. On the other hand, you have DK Shivkumar, who has done a very big dinner with almost 50 top Congress leaders, MLAs and former district presidents. But he says that this was no form of show of strength, but just a cordial meeting between all the Congress partners in that state. And on the contrary, now you see Abhishek, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Abhishek, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there losing his cool over a simple question being asked to him on whether he's been summoned to Delhi. What's happening in Karnataka, sir?
Krutat, several things running in the Chief Minister's mind, because the moment he is summoned to Delhi, it is very sure that he will have to fix on a date where he will have to give up the chair of Chief Minister to DK Shivkumar. So this is one of the reasons as to why Chief Minister Siddaramaiah lost his cool on all of us. When we questioned if he had been summoned to Delhi on the 19th of December, after we received a clarification and an intimation from the sources of the AICC that both of the leaders, DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah, have received a call to be present in Delhi on 19th, or there will be a call from Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi where both of these leaders will have to sit together and answer to their questions. On the other hand, we've also seen from the latest developments, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, the son of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, claiming on a regular basis that the AICC has decided that CM Siddaramaiah will continue as the full-term Chief Minister, and there is no question about it, and the AICC has already decided about that. After which we've also seen DK Shivkumar's camp very clearly mentioning that there will be a revolutionary change happening after January 15th, because that is when Sankranti is going to happen in the state, and after Sankranti there will be a major change, is what the DK Shivkumar's camp have already mentioned. Going back to a couple of days, CM Siddaramaiah was hosted dinner by the family of Seth in Belagavi, after which DK Shivkumar was found to have dinner with 40 of MLAs on his camp. So this is creating a ruckus in the mind of CM Siddaramaiah, and this is also one of the contributing factors to him lose the cool at the media. Kritarth.
Indeed, Abhishek, and the perpetual power tussle, ladies and gentlemen, continues in the state of Karnataka. Bengaluru, temperatures rising now with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there getting angry at reporters asking him questions about whether he's coming to Delhi, whether he's been summoned to Delhi. We'll keep a close track on those developments coming in. In the interim, let me bring you a breaking news update coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where my colleague Gursimran is reporting for us from the Samba international border, where the BSF and JNK SOG are carrying out combing drills and operations along the international border to prevent any infiltration bid from the Pakistani side. Take a look at what's happening and how the BSF is preparing for the winters ahead.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district, where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts, the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorists can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits noticed the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have been detained and police has recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in the process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi Shadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his co-worker. The victim has been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. The victim is currently in stable condition, undergoing treatment. A probe has been launched. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat, Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in this godown. About 50 fire personnel are carrying out fire control operations. No casualties have been reported so far. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigation in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED has issued a notice to dismiss Constable, who has now appeared on the 8th action, which was initiated after he failed to appear in response to the notice. Raids were conducted at several locations including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection to this cough syrup syndicate. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot and began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams and 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be a short circuit that has been initially suspected. However, there is no casualty or confirmation yet reported from the site in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And ladies and gentlemen, the Justice Swaminathan case now has emerged as the biggest national talking point. The issue has been raised in the parliament over the Deepam Rao, and 56 judges have now written a letter backing Justice Swaminathan. And in the interim, in the powerful edition of the debate with Arnab last night, commentator S. Gurumurthy joined Republic to explain the root cause and the realities of the Kartigai Deepam controversy that has sparked the debate across Tamil Nadu and the nation. Mr. Gurumurthy dissected the historical, cultural and the legal angles of the Madurai Temple Rao and raised critical concerns on faith, governance and judicial overreach. As questions rise over the denial of the tradition rituals on the sacred sites, it is now becoming a national headline, and Arnab is going to debate it tonight as well. But first, listen into that excerpt with Mr. Gurumurthy from last evening's debate with Arnab.
Mr. Gurumurthy, why is a simple, seemingly simple act of lighting a lamp, the Kartikai Deepam, which I'm told is a centuries-old practice, becoming such a flashpoint?
I want to make 3 undisputed facts first. Then I will go into what is the dispute now. The Thiruparangundram temple, or the Thiruparangundram, which is a mount, is a tradition that continues for 2000 years from the last Tamil Sangam period, which is in the 2nd century AD. That is the first important point. The second is the Deepathum, that the pillar on which the Deepam is lighted is dated 400 years back in the period of the Naikar regime. In that there is an inscription that people who are Punya, those who have done Punyam, they will be able to light this lamp. And there is an Hanuman carving in it. And the book published by the Tamil Nadu Government Archaeology Department in 1981, it's very important. That says there is a tradition of lighting lamp by the local people during the Kartikai Deepam. It is there, it is an admitted fact. In terms of archaeological evidence of the Tamil Nadu government, the book is published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department. So 3 facts are settled. There is an antiquity, undisputed antiquity about the Thiruparangundram temple. Second, this 400-year-old pillar itself contains the inscription that it is for lighting the lamp. And the Tamil Nadu government Archaeological Department book itself says that this tradition is followed by the people. So there is no question of this being something new which has been taken up by the Hindus. This is the first point. Second point, the Muslims themselves have conceded repeatedly that they have no objection to the lamp being lit. So there is no question of a Hindu-Muslim issue here. If the Muslims oppose it, then there can be a question. Even though it is an age-old tradition, the Muslims are opposing. So the Muslims are not opposing. This point has not come out in the discourse at all. And the next point is that there is a dispute between Muslims and Hindus which has nothing to do with the Deepam. It is about, there is a dargah. And the Hindus are not objecting to the dargah. This is another important point. That if the Hindus oppose the Dargah, then there can be a problem between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus do not say anything about the existence or objection to the Dargah. The one point in dispute is that this mountain is sacred for Hindus, and so there should be no sacrifice of animals there, which the Muslims do. That is also subject to judicial determination, and the Madras High Court has held now that no animal sacrifice should be there. So that is a matter which is being judicially decided. The Muslims and Hindus have submitted themselves to judicial determination. So the only small area of dispute that was there, whether there should be animal sacrifice or not, is subject to judicial determination, and so there is no dispute between Hindus and Muslims at all. They are creating this dispute, and Justice Swaminathan's judgment is entirely based on facts and law. And they are trying to make a case out of it that this man is a Hindutva man, and that is why he has given this judgment. I am giving you a contrary judgment which he has made, which has hurt the feelings of the Hindus to such an extent that I had to write an article against Swaminathan for that judgment. There is a temple in Tamil Nadu, in the western part of Tamil Nadu, where women on a particular night, thousands of them go and pray and reside in the temple, those who have not got a child, and they pray for the child. One very extreme leftist and Dravidian man wrote a book that the women go there and all the riffraffs around that area go and impregnate them, and that is how they get the child. This book was approved by Swaminathan. How can a person who, even a normal judge would not do it, how can a man with a Hindutva conscience can permit a person to write a judgment about not only the religious faith and the people, faith and women?
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a very concerning breaking news detail coming in just 3 days after the Delhi schools received a bomb threat. Now, fresh bomb threats have been received by multiple schools in Punjab's Amritsar. Multiple schools have received a bomb threat via emails. The ADCP has said that 10 to 12 schools have received bomb threats via emails. We have conducted anti-sabotage checks in all the schools, and that there was nothing to worry about. It is just a hoax call, and the investigation into the emails that were sent to these schools in Amritsar in Punjab are under the investigation. That's the initial remark coming in of the ADCP in Amritsar, but this is the latest breaking development coming in. No cause of concern, no cause of panic in Amritsar after 10 to 12 schools received a hoax bomb threat via emails. The police has now followed through, and they have turned out to be hoaxes. The investigation in the emails continue.
Today on 12/12/2025, an email was received in various schools of the city of Police Commissionerate Amritsar and Amritsar Rural, in which they had threatened to plant bomb. Keeping in view the grave situation, we are getting anti-sabotage check done of all the schools in the city, and our officers, particularly the gazetted officers and the SHOs, are visiting the schools. I request the school authorities to not panic in this situation, and a cyber police wing is also working on the situation to track the emails. In recent past, also, few students were found to be responsible in such acts for sending such kind of emails. I again request people, the parents and the teachers to keep calm and not to panic in this situation. Amritsar Police Commissionerate is with you at all times.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, the biggest talking point in the country now becomes the Deepam Rao. Judges are now backing Justice Swaminathan over the opposition's attempt to stifle him through an impeachment motion. What is this entire controversy about? We debate it tonight with Arnab, and when we come right back after this very short break, we bring you top legal voices who dissect why the opposition's browbeating will not succeed.
चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued. With today.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Viewers, the Deepam Rao controversy continues to be one of our top focuses today. In fact, in the recent update, 57 former judges have now come out in support of Justice G.R. Swaminathan. We are tracking this and a lot more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 3 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. As opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam cops submit charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case. MOSMEA says the issue of the detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. All right, starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. Selina Jaitley's domestic violence case against husband Peter Hugg heard in Mumbai High Court. In fact, the Mumbai High Court has now granted time to parties in Selina's domestic violence matter. Peter Hugg, her husband, appeared through counsel in court. The court is now, in fact, seeking income affidavits from both the sides. Case has been adjourned to January 27, 2026 after the first hearing. This is the breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Selina Jaitley's domestic violence case has been heard in the court. In fact, what we are also coming to know is that the court has now granted time in this particular case. They have said that the case is now slated for January 27, 2026. Selina Jaitley, in fact, came forth with this accusation against her husband, ladies and gentlemen. All right, joining me live is Executive Editor Rhythm Bharadwaj. Rhythm, this is a fresh update that we are tracking. In fact, court has now heard Selina Jaitley's domestic violence case. Tell us more on this.
Yes, absolutely. Now that hearing that's happening in the Mumbai court, Selina Jaitley's husband had made an appearance through his counsel in the court. This case is going to be coming up now in January. And Selina Jaitley had said that there was a domestic violence charge against him. We spoke to her lawyer, Niharika Karanjiwala, earlier, Tanisha. Her husband, Peter Hugg, has now been granted time. Both the parties have been granted time in this case to file that income affidavits. Both the parties will have to file that income affidavits before the court because she has asked for 50 crores from him. The case is adjourned to 27th January 2026. After the first hearing, this has happened, and all of them, after this happened, their income affidavits has been found for, have been asked for a very critical time. And also remember, this is happening when Peter Hugg has also initiated divorce proceedings in Austria. Earlier, before the domestic violence proceedings against her, lawyer Niharika Karanjwala Mishra had also revealed this, now filed this, and she had said that her priority remains to fight this case. Selina Jaitley's husband had filed for divorce after the actor discovered properties in Vienna were being sold without her knowledge. She also filed this case against him in India. In the case in Austria, Peter Haag is attempting, it was said, to establish that Selina has no claims over their assets. The lawyer had alleged Haag is holding Selina responsible for the breakdown of their marriage. Selina's lawyer had requested a mutual divorce for the sake of their children, but Haag had already refused that. And Selina has claimed she has suffered severe emotional, physical, verbal abuse by her husband, because of which she was forced to flee her home in Austria and return to India. So lots of details that were there in this plea that she has filed. She's called her husband narcissistic, self-absorbed individual with a short temper, alcoholic tendencies, which have consistently caused her stress. This is what is in the plea. The 47-year-old actor had also listed several instances when her husband had indulged in physical and verbal abuse. She's sought from the Bombay court a direction that her estranged husband pay her a sum of 50 crore rupees as compensation and 10 lakh rupees per annum as maintenance. Peter Haag, her husband, is an Austrian entrepreneur. He maintains a low profile. He shied away earlier from media attention, and they had earlier, I remember being told by them that they had met in Dubai, tied the knot in 2010. But coming back to this particular hearing and what Niharika Karanjwala, the lawyer who's appearing, and Karanjwala and Company is the firm that's representing Selina Jaitley. It's very, very clear. A domestic violence proceeding in Bombay, that's being, in Mumbai, that is there, that's being taking on, Selina Jaitley's taking on her husband, estranged husband. She's filed for divorce, asking for these charges that I've just told you.
Rhythm, in fact, what we are also coming to know is that the court is seeking an affidavit, an income affidavit from both the sides. If you could tell our viewers who are just tuning in this bulletin, what exactly does the court mean when they say that they are, asking for affidavits from both the sides here?
Yes. So the last time when we had an exclusive conversation with Niharika Karanjwala Antra, she had told us that we are asking for this money because it is Selina's money that had gone into the lavish lifestyle that was being enjoyed. So they only money that she had put for the last many years. And that's in the court, after hearing through whatever's been stated by Selina Jaitley, has said both the parties are going to file an income affidavit before us, after which we'll see what has to be done. She's also called this a personal crisis in her Instagram post. She sought a compensation after 14 years of marriage of 50 crores from Peter Haag, her husband, and she put in a post on this as well. And when we spoke to her lawyer, she said there was verbal abuse, and that's the reason that they have done this. The actor, she said, had been left alone in the difficult time when she was fighting for the custody of her children. And that's also one of the reasons that she has said that she wants to be away from her estranged husband. Remember earlier, like I said, Antra, Peter Haag had filed for divorce in Austria earlier against her, accusing her of ruining their 15-year marriage. So the couple's marriage has turned into a cross-country dispute with both the sides moving courts into different nations.
Thank you, Rhythm, for getting us those updates. Of course, we are very, very closely tracking this story. Ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in. Zubeen Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Sandipan Garg has now been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the particular SIT charge sheet. In fact, SIT charge sheet, like we broke earlier, had filed a 3,500-page charge sheet. Now, Zubeen Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Sandipan Garg has now been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the SIT charge sheet. The charge sheet has been filed in the Guwahati court and also names 6 others, including Garg's manager, Siddharth Sharma, bandmate Shekhar Jyoti Goswami, singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta, and festival organizer Shyam Kanu Mahanta. To quickly give our viewers a recap here, Zubeen Garg, who died on September 19, 2025 while swimming in Singapore, the Assam government has now formed an SIT to investigate his death, which was initially treated as a case of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, but later was upgraded to murder. In fact, the investigation and the SIT is being led by SDGP Munna Prasad Gupta, who has questioned over 300 people. All right, joining me live is Anirudh, my colleague. Anirudh, this is a fresh update that we are getting in. Zubeen Garg's cousin has now been charged in this murder case, and he has also been named in the 3,500-page charge sheet that has been filed by SIT. Give us more updates.
Yes, Sandeepan Garg, Zubeen Garg's cousin, has been charged with culpable homicide under section 105 of the BNS, and it may be mentioned that earlier he was suspended from service and thereafter he was also arrested, and today in the charge sheet that has been filed by the SIT in the CJM code, Sandeepan Garg has been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder, whereas the other the main accused as far as this entire case is concerned, Syamkanu Mohanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, Siddharth Sharma, who was Zubeen Garg's manager, Amrit Prabha Mohanta, co-singer of Zubeen Garg, and Zubeen Garg's musician, Shekhar Goswami, they have been charged with section 103 as well as 106 of the BNS. And apart from that, the PSOs of Zubeen Garg, along with Syamkanu Mohanta and Siddharth Sharma, they have been charged also with under section 316 of the BNS, which means criminal breach of trust. Yes, Renga.
Well, thank you, Anirudh, for getting us these details. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the bite of Himanta Biswa Sarma, who has spoken on the Zubeen Garg death mystery. Listen to what the Assam CM had to say.
लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
सर, अरुणाचल में
मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है। लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। अरुणाचल का जो घटना हुआ है, मेरा मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है। लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। SIT का चार्जशीट हो गया है। लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा। लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
सर, अरुणाचल में
मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है। लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। अरुणाचल का जो घटना हुआ है, मेरा मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है। लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। SIT का चार्जशीट हो गया है। लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
All right, tracking some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits announced that the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have in fact now been detained. Police recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi's Shahadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his worker. The victim has now been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. Now, the victim is currently said to be in a stable condition and is undergoing treatment. A probe has now been launched into the incident. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat's Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in that godown. About 50 fire personnel have carried out the operation to control the fire. However, fortunately, no casualties have been reported. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigations in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED had issued a notice to the dismissed constable to appear on the 8th. Now, action was initiated after he failed to appear in response to the notice. Raids were conducted at several locations, including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection with the case. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot and began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams and 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be short circuit as per the reports coming in. There were no casualties reported in this incident as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, search operations are continuing for the 2nd consecutive day along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of the snowfall in the upper reaches. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
All right, we're getting another breaking news that is coming in. BJP has now staged a protest in front of the Integrated Court of Theni, condemning the Tamil Nadu government for disregarding the court's ruling in the Tiruparakundaram case. The controversy revolves around the lighting of the Kartikaya Deepam lamp at the Hilltop Temple, with the Madras High Court directing the temple administration to facilitate the ritual. However, the state government failed to comply, citing concerns over communal harmony and law and order. The BJP has in fact now accused the DMK government of being anti-Hindu and appeasing minorities, while the DMK claims that it's protecting Hindu interests and maintaining peace. The situation has now escalated with protest, clashes and Section 144 imposed on the area. Those are the visuals coming live. BJP is protesting against the DMK. They have staged a protest outside in front of the Integrated Court of Theni, condemning the Tamil Nadu government for disregarding the court's ruling in the Thiruparakundram case. India and the US are progressing steadily in trade talks, focusing on building trust rather than rushing deals. Now, recent high-level visits and discussions highlight their commitment to a balanced economic partnership despite ongoing challenges. Now, US President Donald Trump's criticism of India's rice exports have added on to the tension. But both the sides continue cautious diplomacy. Union Minister Piyush Goyal on Thursday stressed that the trade is about strong relationships aiming for sustainable, long-form cooperation. Here's all that you need to know. Take a look.
For the basis of the CEA's comments, I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. We had very good substantive discussions that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. We should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops. I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
Period till March, sir.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. You'll have to probably refer that to the CEA. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. We've had substantive discussions over several rounds of negotiations. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. The current visit is not a negotiating round. Current visit is a new deputy USTR who has joined about 3 months ago. It's his first visit to India. We're getting to know each other. He's at the Commerce Secretary level, Vice Minister, so they're all getting to know each other well. He met me also. We had very good substantive discussions. But I've often said on record that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. And I don't think we should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops, because you tend to make mistakes then.
Just one addition to that question. The US is saying that they've got the best deal yet. Have we offered them anything that they are so happy about?
Well, that only the USTR can answer. His happiness is very much welcome. And I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
All this momentum in talks comes days after U.S. President Donald Trump criticized India's rice exports. He questioned, why is India allowed to do that, dumping rice into the U.S.? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice? These remarks have added a new layer of tension to the ongoing trade discussions.
That countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
Trade deals are for a longer duration. Trade deals are not only about tariffs, it's not only about access of goods or services, it's also about trust, it's also about relationships. Yeah. It's a demonstration to businesses that you can work with between both countries and trust businesses to prosper, businesses to be protected, businesses to get opportunities and a fair deal in the rule of law in democracies that we all work in. So I think trade deals in a longer context have far more than just tariffs.
As India and the U.S. navigate their trade relations, the road ahead remains risky but full of potential. Recently, Prime Minister Modi spoke with President Trump, signaling ongoing high-level interest in strengthening ties. Both sides emphasize mutual trust and balanced gains, choosing cautious diplomacy over rushed deals, aiming to build a stronger and sustainable economic partnership for the future.
All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast into a silent protest for 2 days. Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. We are tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए प्यार।
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and to do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Gardigai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. An opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan. 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam police submits charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case. MOS Ministry of External Affairs says issue of the detention of Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. In a major development in Tamil Nadu's in the Deepam Rao, 56 former judges have now signed a petition backing Justice Swaminathan, giving the verdict on the Deepam Rao. In the petition that has now been signed by the former judges have basically claimed political browbeating. In fact, the same very judge who had passed an order in this entire matter, it seems the IndiGo Alliance has now come together for an impeachment motion to be moved against him. In fact, what you see right now, Justice Swaminathan, against whom it seems that there is an entire cartel that is operating, they say that would cut every roots of democracy if you're really basically moving for the impeachment of it. Never before have we really seen this kind of a move that has been made by political parties to impeach a sitting judge here. Government is basically penalizing judges during the emergency, so it brings back those memories. Despite onslaughts, judiciary stood various challenges that they faced. Approach is anti-democratic, anti-constitutional is what the judges had to say. Let me also bring in our legal editor joining us on this broadcast. Rhythm, unprecedented move that was made by the IndiGo Alliance trying to impeach a sitting judge.
Yes, Shravan, and this is something that is called browbeating and demeaning. It's not the first time that this has been done, but why this is so shocking is this time it's parliamentarians who have done it. No longer are senior advocates only trying to intimidate the judiciary like Justice Dhingra told us a short while ago, but now it's the parliamentarians for their own political motives that have gone and done this. Today, when this has happened, the Supreme Court has also spoken out in other cases where the top court judge, Chief Justice of India, has said he will not be intimidated by such attempts. We're going to break that story shortly. But why this is so important is that a group of Supreme Court former judges and High Court Chief Justices issued a strong statement condemning this attack by Indi bloc opposition leaders trying to make attempts to impeach Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court. The first point is on what grounds are they trying to do so? The second ground is it is very clear he was listening to a matter. The statement is looking at emergency and what political overreach happened at that time. It harmed judicial independence. Once again, this is the charge that we are looking at. This is the atmosphere that is trying to be created here, where impeachment is being done to not protect judicial integrity, but only being used as a weapon, as a tool of retaliation. And why this is shocking is this time it's the parliamentarians who also now become hand in glove with others to try and only use this for their own political gains.
Rhythm, I'll request you to stay on with us as we're getting in some more breaking news, but this is coming in on a different story that we're tracking. Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, has expressed concern that judges are increasingly being subjected to adverse public remarks because of the observations they make during the case hearings, and I quote, "There are hypothetical situations in court. We make observations, but I'm not someone who will take browbeating. Not so easy with me. As soon as the judge makes an observation, there are allegations that are made against him." Now, this is what Chief Justice of India had to say. Let me go across to my colleague Rhythm, who's joining us on this broadcast. Rhythm, it seems that following the observation that the Chief Justice of India essentially made on Rohingyas, there has been a lobby that immediately got activated. It seems it is a response to that very act.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Shravan. And today, the top court of the country and the CJI, who's just taken oath, has very clearly warned this lobby, you cannot browbeat judges. It's in the Rohingya case where he said that we do not want any red carpet treatment being given to the Rohingyas. And as that was stated, we also saw, shockingly, this lobby start rising. Letters were written against the Chief Justice of India, which has become the new norm by those judges and those activists who are a part of that lobby. Today, the Supreme Court of India declined Prajwal Revana's request to transfer his sexual assault rape case out of special MP-MLA case in Bengaluru, holding that the allegations against the presiding judge were unfounded. Once again, it's bias against the judge that we are looking at, similar to what we are looking at in the Deepam Rao, Justice Swaminathan, which we just spoke about a short while ago, Shravan. They are not linked, but this is the new way that this lobby is trying to browbeat and speak against the judiciary. The bench of Justice Suryakant that was hearing the Prajwal case also said remarks by the trial judge in the trial judge could not justify a finding of bias. We saw Siddharth Luthra, Siddharth Dave in this courtroom. That's when the Chief Justice of India firmly rejected claims and says courts make observations during hearings. They cannot become a ground to browbeat judges. As soon as judges say something, allegations are made, sometimes mistakes happen, but you cannot say that judges are not doing or fulfilling their duties. It's very clear that they are going ahead and speaking against the increasing criticism that judges are facing on observations that they are making, such as he faced, like you spoke, Shravan, in the Rohingya case.
Well, thank you very much, Rhythm, for getting us the latest details. We're getting in some more breaking news. This is with regards to the Luthra brothers. In fact, we're going to get you the details in a short while from now, as I'm given to understand there is a breaking news coming in. The Luthra brothers who have been taken into custody by the Royal Thai Police, it seems the embassy has now taken cognizance of it and said that they are in close touch with the Thai authorities in the case that is related to Saurabh Luthra and Gaurav Luthra. The two have been detained by the Thai authorities in Phuket following an intervention by the embassy. The Thai authorities are basically presently taking action as per local laws, including for sending the two individuals back to India. In fact, the information that we have from our sources in Phuket is that they have now been moved to Bangkok, and in all likelihood that they would be sent back to India by the 17th of December. That's the latest now coming in terms of the action that has been taken against the Luthra brothers. Let me also bring in my colleague Swarali, who's joining us from Goa, tracking the story very closely. Swarali, any further word really coming in from the Goa police with regards to by when can we expect? Because some reports suggesting that perhaps by the 17th of December, both of them would be brought back.
Yes, that's according to the recent reports. We are getting the information that anytime soon Luthra brothers can be brought back soon. We have been constantly tracking this entire story very closely. And according to the sources in Goa, police have informed us it might take some days, but any time soon the procedure can happen, because as we know that they have been brought to Bangkok Immigration Center from the Phuket Immigration Center by a flight in the morning. The alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Luthra brothers, who are expected in India anytime soon, because we know that there is a question of two nations. They are supposed to be deported back from Thailand to India, and hence this is a time that is to be followed for basic norms and procedures that takes place the deportation, but anytime soon we can hear a major update in this case, as in the exact date of when will Luthra brothers, the alleged perpetrators, might be brought back to India.
Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Warali will be tracking the story very closely as more developments expected to take place later in the day. Shifting focus back to the row that has taken place in Tamil Nadu, where members of the parliament from the DMK as well as other opposition parties have essentially moved a motion before the Lok Sabha Speaker seeking the impeachment of Madras High Court Judge Justice G.R. Swaminathan. This was moved on 9th of December, where the motion has been moved seeking removal of Justice Swaminathan under Article 217, read with 124 of the Constitution. Now, the signatories include DMK leaders T.R. Balu as well as A. Raja, Kanimori and others. Well, in fact, let me also take you through some of the details that we have in terms of what has happened thereafter. The Madurai Deepam controversy, which has basically erupted after this entire matter landed in the parliament, following which BJP parliamentarian Anurag Thakur has raised the issue in the Lok Sabha, urging the government to address the concerns surrounding the dispute. In fact, Anurag Thakur has said that the matter has triggered tension as well as political reactions in the state of Tamil Nadu, calling for clarity and accountability from the state administration. Covering this from the ground is my colleague Sharda, who's joining us on this broadcast. In fact, Sharda, as far as the DMK government is concerned, they say that this is a new custom, a custom which did not exist in the past.
Shivan, the government lawyer has been pointing out that this is not a customary practice that the Hindu tradition had followed, and pointed out that the lamp in the last 80 years was not lit on the top of the hill on the Deepatun, and also claimed that the Deepatun was not exactly built for that purpose, but says it was a land survey built in the 1924 when the British had done the ground survey for the Tiruparakuntram hill to mark the boundaries, whereas the petitioners point out that in the 1994 law, the Supreme Court judgment that had given in the temple administration form that was submitted said that the part of the hill belongs to the temple, including, and called it the Deepatun and not just a stone pillar built for survey. And this is what the Hindu group petitioners who has been fighting for this particular case has been continuously telling to the Madras High Court of the Madurai bench, also pointing out that it is not a practice done in the past, but it was done before the World War, and only during the World War it was stopped after the British era, and following which in the last 14 years is when in the mid of the hill the lamp was lit bright, and before that it was not lit at all. And this is constantly the problem that happens every year, is what the petitioner is also pointing out. And also another angle that we personally would be bringing is that this issue arises only in the month of December, and especially on December 6th, the residents of the Tiruparakuntram would be stopped to go up the hill because there's both dargah and a temple situated. Talking to Republic ST, the residents pointed out that it is because of the same day that the Babri Masjid demolition happened. The fight also brooms here in Tamil Nadu and Tiruparakuntram, where dargah and the temple is situated. And on December 6th, it stopped. The Kartike Deepam also flowing on the same dates around December 6th is why this problem arises every single year. And this is the first time that a judge has in favor of the Hindus given a statement, and thus the reason now
accused তেওঁৰ বিৰুদ্ধে 105 BNS ধাৰা লগোৱা হৈছে। নন্দেশ্বৰ বৰা তেওঁৰ বিৰুদ্ধে ধাৰা লগোৱা হৈছে 61, that is criminal conspiracy, read with criminal breach of trust, that is 316 subsection 5, বিত্তীয় লেনদেনৰ খেলিমেলি। ঠিক তেনেদৰে পৰেশ বৈশ্য তেওঁৰ বিৰুদ্ধে ক্ৰিমিনেল কনস্পিৰেচি 61 subsection 2 আৰু 316 subsection 5 ক্ৰিমিনেল ব্ৰিচ অফ ট্ৰাষ্ট, এওঁলোকৰ বিৰুদ্ধে এই দুজনৰ বিৰুদ্ধে এইখিনি ধাৰা প্ৰযোজ্য কৰা হৈছে। এই গোটেইখিনি আপোনালোকে আমি চাৰ্জশ্বিটত কোৰ্টৰ ওচৰত দাখিল কৰিছোঁ। সেই গোটেইখিনি ইয়াত কোৱাটো সম্ভৱ নহয়। মেইন চাৰ্জশ্বিটটোত প্ৰায় ২,৫০০ পৃষ্ঠা আছে আৰু তাৰ লগত যিখিনি ডকুমেণ্ট সংলগ্ন কৰা হৈছে ডিজিটেল এভিডেন্স বা বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ ডকুমেণ্ট সেইখিনি গোটেইখিনি যোগ কৰি যদি চাওঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে ১২,০০০তকৈ অধিক পৃষ্ঠা হ'ব।
কেইবাগৰাকী বিষয় আছিল, মূল আয়োগগৰাকী কোন আছিল গোটেই ঘটনাটো?
আপোনালোকে জানে যে এইটো এটা SIT আছিল, স্পেচিয়েল ইনভেষ্টিগেশ্যন টিম। এটা টিমে তাত কেইবাজনো ইনভেষ্টিগেশ্যন অফিচাৰ আছিল। গতিকে যেতিয়া SIT গঠন কৰা হয় এটা টিম থাকে, টিম অফ ইনভেষ্টিগেটৰ্ছ।
ছাৰ, ছিংগাপুৰৰ পৰা বহু তথ্য আপোনালোকে লাভ কৰিছিল, কি তথ্য লাভ কৰিছিল?
যিখিনি তথ্য লাভ কৰা হৈছে সেইখিনি আমি চাৰ্জশ্বিটত ইতিমধ্যে কোৰ্টৰ ওচৰত দাখিল কৰিছোঁ।
ছাৰ, আৰু এটা কেছ আছিল 19/2005, তাত কিমানখিনি আগবাঢ়িছে তেতিয়ালৈকে?
19/2005টো এটা বেলেগ বিষয়ৰ ওপৰত ৰুজু কৰা হৈছিল, সেইটো তদন্ত এতিয়া চলি আছে।
ছিংগাপুৰৰ য়ট পাৰ্টিত যিসকল আছিল সেইসকলৰ বিৰুদ্ধে মানে
যিসকলৰ বিৰুদ্ধে চাৰ্জশ্বিট আছে।
In fact, what you see right now on your screens, this a dramatic chase that is taking place right now, and we're getting in some more details. This is from Navsari, where this chase is taking place. In fact, it seems what you see right now, this isn't from any movie. It's a reality where you would see right now on your screens. You have a live encounter between criminals and the police taking place. This is in Navsari, where a liquor smuggler was trying to run away, absconding in his car, which is basically full of liquor bottles. There you see the vehicle that is going in, which is being chased by the local police there. Liquor mafia present in the car that you can see on your screens. I believe this white car that you see, a white Creta car in which the criminal was present and was on his, he was fleeing, and that's where you see it bangs into another vehicle, tries to run away, and followed by it is the police vehicle that you see. The Scorpio that you see right now is where the police was. Clearly, in fact, this is a crackdown that is being carried out by the Gujarat police, particularly keeping in mind that Gujarat as a state is a dry state where there have been reports essentially coming in of the illegal sale of liquor. Here in Navsari, it seems that they were able to, following a tip-off that had basically come in of the movement of a liquor mafia. Once the police basically acted on the tip-off, and we've been told that he was spotted in the vehicle, and they suspected that he was also carrying along with him liquor bottles. It seems immediately thereafter he fled from the spot. This is an angle that we have just got from our local reporters there of the movement actually taking place, the chase of the liquor mafia. And you have the Gujarat police basically moving immediately thereafter. Shifting focus now to the other story that we are getting to you right now. This will also get you more details from Navsari from now. There's been a major infiltration plot along the Indo-Pakistan international border, where the BSF has arrested a suspected terrorist. BSF achieved a major success during a 2-day-long operation. The arrested suspect was planning to facilitate the infiltration of a large Jaish-e-Mohammed group into India. The arrest was made along the international border in the Pragwal sector of Jammu district. Now, there is also suspicion that the arrested suspect was carrying China-made weapon. BSF launched a large-scale search operation in the Pragwal area. We'll try and see if we can go across to a reporter. Then there are also some images coming in. Let me bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, what more details are you picking up?
Shravan, right now we are outside the Pragwal police post where this suspected terrorist is being handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. I'll request Ashu to first show you the visuals that the senior officials of the border security force, they have arrived here at the police post Pragwal. We have spoken to the senior officials in the BSF and Jammu and Kashmir police, and they have confirmed to us that the arrest of this suspected terrorist has taken place along with the Chinese weapon. I'll request Ashu to show you from this side that the ambulance of the BSF that has been that came along with this suspected terrorist, and now he has been handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. I'll request Ashu to keep showing you the visuals that the senior officials of the BSF, they have also arrived. Here you will see the senior officials of the BSF along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. They have also arrived here, and now they are interacting with the formal formalities are being performed. Because what has happened that what we are being told that there were apprehensions with the agencies that Pakistan is trying to actually push back those terrorists that have gone to Pakistan at a time of 90s, 2000 and 2010 or even 2020. They have been trained there, and now they are being pulled back into the Indian territory. Reason being that Pakistan wants, since they are well aware of the geography of the area, they want more groups to infiltrate with the active guidance of these terrorists. So now you will see that in this ambulance we are told that this suspected terrorist has been brought here in the Pragwal international border, and now the officials, they have been handed now questioning him. First the questioning was done by Central Intelligence Agencies and the BSF, and now Jammu and Kashmir police will take custody, and also an FIR will be registered. We are told that he is carrying a Chinese-made weapon, though the weapon that he has with him is being said to be AK series, but it was a Chinese-made weapon that has been recovered from his possession. So now more details will be divulged in the later part of the day. That is what we are getting to know. But for now, we can confirm that a suspected terrorist has been arrested, and he was in a bid to sneak in a large group of Jaish-e-Mohammed into the Indian territory. But due to the alertness and the 2-day-long operation that has taken place, this arrest has been made, and also the recovery of the weapon. Important to mention that it was last week only, Shravan, that we have seen that there was a statement that was made by the IG BSF Jammu Frontier that the active launch pads that were demolished during Operation Sindoor in the Indian strikes, that was the preemptive strikes also, and the other strikes that were carried out in retaliation to the Pakistani provocation, those launch pads have become active again. A total number was given of 72, 12 along the international border and 60 along the line of control. So it seems that another desperate attempt was being made from across the border, but now that attempt has been foiled, and these visuals that you see are from the Pragwal border outpost, where the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the officials from the border security force, they all are here. Now the handing over of the suspected terrorist to the Jammu and Kashmir police has been done by the authorities. Yes.
One final question before I let you go, Gursubrat, with regards to the arrest that was made following a tip-off that was received by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Any details you're picking up in terms of fresh attempts that are now being made by Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba to carry out such infiltration attempts just before the winter sets in?
Yes, desperate attempts are being made. We have seen that earlier also there were multiple attempts, and now also the similar input suggests that there are desperate attempts that are being made by. This also seems to be part of a larger planning of the Pakistani terror groups to push terrorists into the Indian territory. But now what has happened that this suspected terrorist who was considered to be kingpin, he has now been arrested, and now as we speak the interrogation is underway, and they are trying to look into every possible angle that who he was in touch with, because there is another suspicion that is being worked upon, Shravan, that is that he might be one of those who has gone missing from the Rajouri in 2021, and the same person has been apprehended because it is believed that he exfiltrated in 2021 to Pakistan and now has once again been apprehended. But now as we speak, the security forces are questioning his whereabouts, and more details are likely to emerge as the J&K police will carry out the further investigation.
Thank you very much, Gursubrat, for getting us the latest details. We'll keep a close watch on it. Should we focus now to the action that has been taken against IndiGo? In fact, it seems that the IndiGo board has basically appointed an external aviation expert to carry out an analysis, what they are calling it root cause analysis of the flight disruptions. This also comes at a time when the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken action against 4 officers of the DGCA. They have been asked to immediately leave the DGCA and go back to their parent cadre. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is getting us the latest details. Shambhavi, it seems IndiGo is on a damage control mode. What more details are you picking up in terms of the action that has been taken so far?
There has been two things which has been going on parallelly in this story, where once the DGCA has already formed a four-member panel which will be investigating the root cause of this entire IndiGo crisis in detail. Apart from this, now this is a new update that IndiGo has also appointed an external aviation expert to figure out what was the root cause, although IndiGo has been largely maintaining that the main reason behind this entire IndiGo fiasco was the issue with the rostering system of the company when they failed to comply with the phase 2 of the FDTL rules. But now two parallel investigation will be going on. One will be by IndiGo's newly appointed external aviation expert, and the another one is the one which is going on by the DGCA's appointed four-member panel who will be responsible for investigating the root cause of this entire IndiGo crisis. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us the latest details. The DGCA and the Ministry of External Affairs, Civil Aviation has also put a team at the IndiGo's office. Let me now also take you through some more details emerging in the other stories coming in. Madurai High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. Dept Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm, and our top focus is going to be on the Deepam Rao and how it's engulfing everybody after that impeachment case and that row that has started. More than 50 members of the judiciary have moved an open letter supporting Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court, calling this move by parliamentarians very dangerous because now not only are members of a certain Indi opposition bloc opposing certain judicial members, but this is a direct threat to the independence of the judiciary. If every order that is passed is against them, they will say it's bias, they will say that the judge is motivated, but it's actually them who are motivated, and therefore they're trying to do an impeachment motion against a judge of the Madras High Court. A very dangerous trend that is now coming out in the judiciary and the parliament. First, to look at our top headlines. Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
The Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Gardigai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Now the Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition. As the opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam cops submit charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case. MOSMEA says issues of detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Our top focus, Zubeen Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Sandeepan Garg have been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the SIT charge sheet. We're getting to know details about the SIT charge sheet that has been filed. The SIT has filed its charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case. Assam police officer Sandeepan Garg has also been arrested. I'm going to try and go across to Anirudh to get more details of the SIT's charge sheet that has now been filed. Remember, Himanto Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, has also spoken out after this charge sheet has been filed. Anirudh, can you give us more details as the Assam SIT has filed its charge sheet?
Yes, Rhythm. In fact, Republic TV has accessed the full details of the charges and the sections under, of the BNS under which the main accused as well as the co-accused in this Zubeen Garg death probe has been searched. And as per the details of the search sheet that we have accessed, for Siddharth Sharma, section 3, subsection 6, subsection 7 and subsection 8, that is common knowledge, intention and cooperation, section 61, subsection 2, criminal conspiracy, section 103, subsection 1, murder, and section 316, subsections 5, criminal breach of trust has been slapped. Against Syamkanu Mohanto also the similar charges have been slapped. additional charges that has been slapped to Syamkana Mohanta. This includes section 308 subsection 2 of the BNS, that is extortion, and section 318 subsection 4 of the BNS, that is cheating, and section 238 of the BNS, that is destruction of evidence, has been slapped. Similarly, against Sekharujyoti Goswami also, section 3, subsection 6, 7 and 8 has been slapped. Section 61, subsection 2, and also 103, subsection 1, and criminal breach of trust, that is section 316, subsection 5 has been slapped. Against Amrit Prabha Mahanta, also similar charges have been slapped, along with section 238 of the BNS, that is destruction of evidence. And as you have mentioned,
getting to know details about sections under which this charge sheet has been filed. The Assam police officer Sandeepan Garg has also been charged. Let's also take a look and get reactions. The Assam Chief Minister has also spoken on this charge sheet. Listen in.
लोगों को हत्या की गोचर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे, हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखें।
All right, there is more breaking news that's coming in, but for now, the big news: Assam police officer Sandeepan Garg also charged in the charge sheet filed by the SIT in the Zubeen Garg case. And breaking news coming in: the BMC conducted surprise joint inspection of 4-star hotel in Andheri, Mumbai, following the deadly Goa fire incident. The inspection was aimed to ensure the hotel's safety measures were in place to prevent a similar incident. The hotel management was caught off guard, and officials accompanied them to every location that visited during the inspection. This was Mumbai's surprise inspections by the BMC. Hotel was raided over the safety concerns, and Mumbai hotel raided over fire safety concerns. The pictures on the screen are evident as this raid is happening of a 4-star hotel in Andheri in Mumbai following the deadly Goa fire incident. This inspection was aimed to ensure the hotel safety measures. Let's listen into what my colleague Satya Prakash reporting on this has stated.
मुंबई में बीएमसी कर्मचारी एक्शन में है और बीएमसी के फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम और बीएमसी कर्मचारी होटल के अंदर पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का देख रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ होटल के अंदर किस तरह से यहाँ पे बीएमसी कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड डिपार्टमेंट के लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। आप लोग क्या देख रहे हैं होटल के अंदर, क्या जाँच कर रहे हैं?
होटल के अंदर जो फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में है या नहीं है, वो हम यहाँ पे चेक कर रहे हैं। वैसे जो होटल के एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स है वो ब्लॉक है या ओपन है, अनऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड है, वो चेक कर रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ, कहीं कहीं उसके बाद एक्शन में आए।
गोवा का जो अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसा हादसा ना हो, उसके लिए बीएमसी की तरफ से ये पूरा 31 तक इंस्पेक्शन ड्राइव चल रहा है हर एक वार्ड में।
अच्छा, क्या मिला अभी तक आपको यहाँ पे?
अभी चेक कर रहे हैं, जिस मतलब जहाँ पे फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स सब ठीक तरह से, उनको तो कुछ नहीं, लेकिन जहाँ पे अगर कुछ इशू आते हैं तो उनको वो हिसाब से नोटिस वगैरह दिया जा रहा है।
ये देख सकते हैं बीएमसी का ऑफिसर है, आपने यहाँ पे देखा, जांच किया, क्या मिला है आपको?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चालू है।
फेज 1 जैसा आपको बताया, फेज 1 में फोकस रहेगा हाउस होल्ड्स के अंदर क्या एमिनिटीज हैं, हाउसिंग कंडीशन कैसी है, कच्चा घर है, पक्का घर है, घर में कितने रूम्स हैं, किस तरह से घर में कोई व्हीकल है, घर में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन कैसा है, वो सब चीजें फर्स्ट फेज में की जाएगी। एंड दैट विल बी दी बेस फॉर फेज 2, जिसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है डेमोग्राफिक, सोशियो कल्चरल एंड इकोनॉमिक पैरामीटर्स का इन्यूमरेशन किया जाएगा पूरी जनसंख्या का। एज, जेंडर, एजुकेशनल स्टेटस, रिलीजन, मदर टंग, कौन सी लैंग्वेजेस बोलते हैं, डिसेबिलिटी है कोई, सोशल स्टेटस क्या है, एंड मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंटली कास्ट का इन्यूमरेशन भी इसमें सेंसस में होगा। माइग्रेशन हुआ है घर से, फर्टिलिटी, ऑक्यूपेशन, हर चीज का, हर बेसिक पैरामीटर का इसमें इन्यूमरेशन किया जाएगा। ये फरवरी 2027 के हिसाब से किया जाएगा, भारत के कानूनों के हिसाब से, भारत के संविधान की जो व्यवस्था है उसके हिसाब से किया जाएगा। रिविजनल राउंड इसका 1 से 5 मार्च। कभी कोई एरर रह जाता है तो somebody would like to make a केस की मेरा गलत मैंने कह दिया था, तो उसका एक रिविजनल राउंड होता है। स्नो बाउंड एरियाज में सितंबर 2026 में फेज 2 किया जाएगा। ये सेंसस अपने आप में एक अनूठा सेंसस होगा। दिस विल बी अ वेरी यूनिक वे ऑफ डूइंग सेंसस, बिकॉज देश में इन 11 वर्षों में एक डिजिटल क्रांति आई है। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज आर पार्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ टुडे। हर एक व्यक्ति के जीवन में डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का आज उपयोग है, चाहे पेमेंट हो, चाहे डिजी लॉकर हो, हर तरीके से डिजिटल व्यवस्थाओं का देश में उपयोग हो रहा है। दिस विल बिकम द फर्स्ट एवर डिजिटल सेंसस। फर्स्ट एवर डिजिटल सेंसस में मैसिव एक्सरसाइज की गई है, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन का जो कानून बना है, डीपीडीपी, डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट, उसके तहत जितने प्रोटेक्शंस और जो राइट्स सिटीजन्स को दी गई है उनका इसमें ध्यान रखा गया है। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये फैक्टर। उनका ध्यान रख के सेंसस को कंप्लीट इसका डिजिटल डिजाइन किया गया है। सेंसस मॉनिटरिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का एक प्रॉपर पोर्टल होगा विच विल बी अवेलेबल ऑन दी मोबाइल फोन ऑल्सो, क्योंकि इसमें सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन की भी व्यवस्था है। जियो टैगिंग, हाउस लिस्टिंग के लिए, डिमार्केशन के लिए प्रॉपर लैंडमार्क का नोटिफिकेशन, लैंडमार्क को डिजिटली मेजर करना बहुत ही एक प्रॉपर वे में किया जाएगा, और बहुत अच्छे स्ट्रॉन्ग रोबस्ट सिक्योरिटी फीचर्स, जैसा आपको बताया, डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट के तहत इसमें किए जाएंगे। और कास्ट इन्यूमरेशन का ऑलरेडी कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन पॉलिटिकल अफेयर्स ने कुछ महीनों पहले इसका फैसला लिया था, आप सबकी जानकारी में है। ये सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन का भी एक ऑप्शन रहेगा। पोर्टल के थ्रू सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन का भी इसमें ऑप्शन रहेगा। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, सेंसस का डेटा कई तरह की प्लानिंग में काम में आता है, तो इस पूरी प्लानिंग एक्सरसाइज में सेंसस एज अ सर्विस किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट को, किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जो अपनी प्लानिंग के लिए, योजनाएं बनाने के लिए, स्कीम्स के लिए और एक फ्यूचर की रोड मैप बनाने के लिए जो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए होती है, वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन सेंसस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विल बी एबल टू गिव सेंसस एज अ सर्विस बिकॉज ऑफ द वे इट इज डन डिजिटली। ये डिजिटल सेंसस का एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज होगा, बिकॉज कई वर्षों तक इसका बेनिफिट मिलता रहे, वो फैसिलिटी इसमें अवेलेबल होगी। करीब 30 लाख फील्ड फंक्शनरीज इसमें काम करेंगे, विच मीन्स अबाउट 1 करोड़ ह्यूमन डेज का इसमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। और बहुत मैसिव एक्सरसाइज है, अवेयरनेस क्रिएट की जाएगी, लास्ट माइल एंगेजमेंट, कैसे फील्ड ऑपरेशंस में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर इन्यूमरेटर्स को हमें रिक्रूट करना है, वो सब चीज़ें इसमें सेंसस में की जाएगी। साथियों, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट एक्सरसाइज है देश के डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, देश की संवैधानिक व्यवस्था के लिए, इसीलिए इस पर बहुत फोकस किया गया है। हर तरीके से रोबस्टनेस, हर तरीके से डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन के तहत और एक डिजिटल माध्यम से एक प्रॉपर इसकी डिटेल एक्सरसाइज की गई है। सेकेंड आज का बड़ा फैसला है वो है कोल सेतु। आप सब जानते हैं एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी में देश ने बहुत बड़े फैसले लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, और भारत अब कोल के प्रोडक्शन में ऑलरेडी आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। हिस्टोरिक प्रोडक्शन हुआ है 24-25 फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 1 बिलियन टन से ज़्यादा कोल का प्रोडक्शन हुआ है, और अब एक तरीके से इंपोर्ट पे जो पहले डिपेंडेंस होती थी वो डिपेंडेंस करीब करीब बहुत कम हो गई है। now we are saving about 60,000 crore rupees on forex because of the reduced dependence on imported coal. ये बहुत
cabinet briefing there by Ashwini Vaishnav, where he says India's 2027 census is to go digital. Now, viewers, the other top focus, India and the US are progressing steadily in trade talks, focusing on building trust rather than rushing deals. Recent high-level visits and discussions highlight their commitment to a balanced economic partnership despite ongoing challenges. US President Donald Trump's criticism of India's rice exports added tension, but both sides continue cautious diplomacy. Union Minister Piyush Goyal on Thursday also stressed that trade is about strong relationships aimed for sustainable long-term cooperation. Here's that report.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. We had very good substantive discussions that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. We should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops. I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
Period till March, sir.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. You'll have to probably refer that to the CEA. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. We've had substantive discussions over several rounds of negotiations. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. The current visit is not a negotiating round. Current visit is a new deputy USTR who has joined about 3 months ago. It's his first visit to India. We're getting to know each other. He's at the Commerce Secretary level, Vice Minister, so they're all getting to know each other well. He met me also. We had very good substantive discussions. But I've often said on record that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. And I don't think we should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops because you tend to make mistakes then.
Just one addition to that question. The US is saying that they've got the best deal yet. Have we offered them anything that they are so happy about?
Well, that only the USTR can answer. His happiness is very much welcome. And I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
All this momentum in talks comes days after U.S. President Donald Trump criticized India's rice exports. He questioned, why is India allowed to do that, dumping rice into the U.S.? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice? These remarks have added a new layer of tension to the ongoing trade discussions.
That countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working. But we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
Trade deals are for a longer duration. Trade deals are not only about tariffs, it's not only about access of goods or services, it's also about trust, it's also about relationships. Yeah. It's a demonstration to businesses that you can work with between both countries
and trust businesses to prosper, businesses to be protected, businesses to get opportunities and a fair deal in the rule of law in democracies that we all work in. So I think trade deals in a longer context have far more than just tariffs.
As India and the U.S. navigate their trade relations, the road ahead remains risky but full of potential. Recently, Prime Minister Modi spoke with President Trump, signaling ongoing high-level interest in strengthening ties. Both sides emphasize mutual trust and balanced gains, choosing cautious diplomacy over rushed deals, aiming to build a stronger and sustainable economic partnership for the future.
And the breaking news coming in, we're getting a big update that's coming in the Red Fort blast case where the accused are being brought to the Patiala House Court. They are currently being taken for their case hearing to the Patiala House Court. We can see those exclusive visuals that have been captured on our cameras where all the accused have been brought in NI custody, where the NI had arrested even 4 accused more in the Red Fort blast case. They have been brought to the Patiala House Court as we are speaking. Major revelations earlier had been made. There had been significant breakthroughs that had been achieved by seeing and analyzing the phone of the arrested terrorists who are on the screen, including Muzammil, Adil, Shaheen and Irfan, all of them who have now been brought to the Patiala House Court, as we can see on your screens. Remember, these 4 had, as per their sources, they had certain significant breakthroughs. Their phones had recordings of speeches by Masood Azhar, the Jaish chief, and other Jaish commanders. The contents on their phones also related to terror trading and bomb making. For their court hearing, they are now brought in safety, in protection to the Patiala House Court. And remember, these videos have also been found on these 4 mobiles that had details on terrorist training, bomb-making techniques, chemical reactions, revealing the deep level of research and operation planning that had gone into this. The phones contained videos of religious sites and crowded markets in the capital, Uttar Pradesh, Mumbai, and other states. Cross-border terror links had also been established of accused Muzammil and Umar. They met Syrian ISIS terrorist commanders in Turkey, it was alleged. The NI had earlier secured 10-day custody of the 4 accused in the Delhi blast case. They have been brought to the special NI court at the Patiala House Court that had granted the NI 10-day custody earlier. These are the 4 key accused in the deadly November 10 car blast outside Delhi's Red Fort. And the BMC conducted a surprise joint inspection of a 4-star hotel in Andheri, Mumbai, following the deadly Goa fire incident. The inspection aimed to ensure the hotel's safety measures were in place to prevent a similar incident. The hotel management was caught off guard and officials accompanied them to every location visited during the inspection. Remember, this is a Goa fire fallout. The BMC is checking Mumbai hotels and raiding them over fire safety concerns. It's a surprise hotel inspection that's taken place at Andheri in Mumbai. The inspection is amid Goa fire tragedy and the hotel management was caught off guard. Let me also go across through a report that my colleague Satya Prakash has filed from there.
कहीं कहीं मुंबई में बीएमसी कर्मचारी एक्शन में है और बीएमसी के फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम और बीएमसी कर्मचारी होटल के अंदर पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का देख रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ होटल के अंदर किस तरह से यहाँ पे बीएमसी कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड डिपार्टमेंट के लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। आप लोग क्या देख रहे हैं होटल के अंदर, क्या जाँच कर रहे हैं?
होटल के अंदर जो फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में है या नहीं है वो हम यहाँ पे चेक कर रहे हैं। वैसे जो होटल के एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स है वो ब्लॉक है या ओपन है, अनऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड है, वो चेक कर रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ, कहीं कहीं उसके बाद एक्शन में आए।
गोवा का जो अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसा हादसा ना हो उसके लिए बीएमसी की तरफ से ये पूरा 31 तक इंस्पेक्शन ड्राइव चल रहा है हर एक वार्ड में।
अच्छा, क्या मिला अभी तक आपको यहाँ पे?
अभी चेक कर रहे हैं मतलब जहाँ पे फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स सब ठीक तरह से उनको तो कुछ नहीं, लेकिन जहाँ पे अगर कुछ इशू आते हैं तो उनको वो हिसाब से नोटिस वगैरह दिया जा रहा है।
ये देख सकते हैं बीएमसी का ऑफिसर है, आपने यहाँ पे देखा, जांच किया, क्या मिला है आपको?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चालू है। अगर पाया जाता है कुछ फायर ऑफिसर को या फिर किसी ऑफिसर को तो अकॉर्डिंगली उस सेक्शन के अंडर नोटिस इशू होता है। अभी फिलहाल अभी तक तो कुछ वायलेशन पाया नहीं गया है।
कौन कौन साथ में है आपके?
फायर डिपार्टमेंट, CFO डिपार्टमेंट के सोनोनी साहब है, बिल्डिंग डिपार्टमेंट के हमारे ऑफिसर है, इंक्रोचमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, मैं खुद हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से हूँ। ये सबका फायर कंप्लाइंस सेल है BMC की तरफ, हर वार्ड का एक सेल है। वो सेल जॉइंटली विजिट करके अगर कुछ सीरियस चीज़ें पाई जाती है तो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली एक्शन लेता है।
किस तरह आप देख रहे हैं, किस तरह से आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, किस तरह से जांच कर रहे हैं?
सब ऑफिसर अपना रोल निर्धारित कर रहा है। फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर, फायर सेफ्टी किसका एंट्री एग्जिट का इशू नहीं है, अगर इनकेस इमरजेंसी आते हैं तो कैसे इवैक्यूएट हो, ये फायर ऑफिसर देख रहे हैं। बिल्डिंग ऑफिसर उनके अगर स्ट्रक्चर में कुछ चेंजेस होता है और उसकी वजह से कुछ की जान की वो देख रहे हैं, और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट अपना क्लीनलीनेस और बाकी पार्ट देख रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से होटल में यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी यहाँ पर अंदर जा रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर जो फायर सेफ्टी का जो भी लगा है यहाँ पे जांच किया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे किचन में, होटल के किचन में यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी, फायर ब्रिगेड कर्मचारी और पहुंचे हुए हैं। और जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पर मुंबई में BMC कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड के कर्मचारी कहीं कहीं एक्शन मोड में है। और जिस तरह से यहाँ पे तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे हैं आप यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, किस तरह से यहाँ पे जांच कर रहे हैं?
हम बिल्डिंग फैक्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट से हैं, हम एक हिस्सा है इनका, और हम लोग एनी वायलेशंस अगर बिल्डिंग अप्रूवल्स प्लान में वायलेशंस डेविएशन होते तो वो हम लोग चेक करते, और अगर डेविएशंस होते तो हम लोग नोटिस निकाल के उनको करेक्ट करते। अच्छा। ये हमारा रोल है।
यहाँ पे अभी तक क्या देखा आपने?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चल रही है। प्लान के हिसाब से, अप्रूवल प्लान के हिसाब से हम लोग सारा होटल चेक करेंगे, खास करके किचन एरिया, एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स, ये सब चेक करके फिर हम लोग हमारा रिपोर्ट्स हमारे अथॉरिटीज, हायर अथॉरिटीज को देख करके फिर नोटिस अगर निकालेंगे, कोई डिविएशन होता है तो नोटिस निकालेंगे।
आगे भी एक्शन जारी रहेगा?
आगे एक्शन जारी रहेगा। ये 31 तक अपना एक्शन चलने वाला है। ये मुंबई की जनता की सुरक्षा के लिए ये सब चल रहा है।
अच्छा, देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी, फायर ब्रिगेड कर्मचारी यहाँ पे होटल के किचन में आए हुए हैं, और यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं कि जो फायर के यहाँ पे सामान लगाए गए हैं और जांच कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ उसी तरह से मुंबई में ना हो, इसीलिए यहाँ पर BMC, फायर ब्रिगेड के अलावा अन्य डिपार्टमेंट कर्मचारी यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं।
Coming up after a short break, we get you more details of Assam cops who've now submitted a charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg murder case. And the MOSMEA says issue of detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up very strongly with Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if you think there's a good chance of they want me to attend. They want us to.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
As opposition is now moving the impeachment motion, Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition. "56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge as the opposition moves the impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan. Assam cops submit charge sheet in Zubeen Garg death case. MOSME says issue of the detention. Assam cops have submitted the charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case. MOSME says issue of the detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Big update coming in from Madras High Court in the Deepam Rao. We are learning that this case has been adjourned for Monday before the big verdict. Let me go across to Sharda, who's joining us live. Sharda, give us more details.
Well, the Madurai High Court, the bench has been hearing multiple petitions and appeals taken today, which also includes a contempt of court done by the district collectorate and also the Madras, the Madurai City Commissioner, the Tamil Nadu State Police, who banned the people from going up the hill after the judgment was passed on the 3rd of December. Now, apart from that, multiple petitions and appeals were filed today to the bench. The division bench heard half of the petitions and appeals and also ordered that no more appeals can be taken because there were multiple petitions. More than 14 are also yet to be heard, and the case is now being adjourned for the day as the court is closing, and also the rest of the petitions will be heard on Monday, following which the judgment will be given. Apart from the 15th, which is the Monday, there is also the 17th, where the judge G.R. Swaminathan will himself appear after the bench has made a decision, and also will be questioning the collector and also the Tamil Nadu ADGP under whose control the law and order is. Plus, there is also the Chief Secretary that would be answering to the questions, because Judge G.R. Swaminathan 2 days ago mentioned that after the court passes the order, the District Collectorate and the police have never gone across the court but always follows the order. But this time when it has happened, he mentioned that it is the higher authority who had given them the order to impose 144 in the city of Madurai and Tirupura. Now, apart from the case hearings, there's also multiple other appeals done and petitions done by the Hindu parties and other Hindu religions, which also includes a protest in the coming 2 days in Tirupura. Multiple associations, especially of the Hindu community, have come forward telling that though there is no exact proof that when was the lighting stopped at the top of the hill, the temple property has given information to Judge C.R. Swaminathan when he first went there to take a survey, telling that the Deepatun is part of the temple administration, and in the 1994 Act, when the temple had constructed a survey to make sure which is their land and which belongs to the Dargah, it was mentioned clearly that 33 cents of the hill alone is where the Dargah is, and the rest of the area belongs to the temple, and the hill belongs to the temple. And the administration mentions that the pillar is a Deepatun, and it was not a estimation built when the land survey was done, and also points that the pillar was used earlier, but later on when the British rule was under place, it was not in use, and that's what the petitions have been questioning constantly. And following that, now apart from that, multiple people from the Madurai and Tirupura hill are now moving forward to the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, continuously giving petitions. One could be a protest, and also multiple other people telling that if it is not a customary practice done in the last 80 years, it is not wrong to put in a new custom, because all they request is to light a lamp on top of the hill every year just for 5 minutes, and that it would not disrupt any harmony among the Muslims and Hindus in the Tirupura hill. Apart from the multiple cases which includes the legislations, the DMK is constantly opposing the petitions, saying that if it is not a customary and traditionary practice, why is it being brought into the hill issue and exactly during Kartikeya Deepam? And this brings into question whether there is a plan, whether every year when in Tirupura hill, because the Dargah and the temple is situated on the same hill, it constitutes to be the Ayodhya of South India. The problem being every December the Kartikeya Deepam arises, and on December 6th, it is the anniversary of Babri Masjid demolition, and to make sure there's no law and order issue coming in place is why they want to say. Back to the studio.
Yes, thank you for giving us that update. We are all going to see on Monday what happens with 14 more petitions to be heard in this case. Thank you, Sharda, for that. The Madurai Deepam controversy echoed in Parliament after BJP MP Anurag Thakur raised the issue in the Lok Sabha, urging the government to address concerns surrounding the dispute. Anurag Thakur said the matter has triggered tensions and political reactions in Tamil Nadu, calling for clarity and accountability from the state administration.
I want to raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. Against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikeya Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar. And I would like to put it on record.
To your party
Why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to
Hindus
your
are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
He was allowed to
Justice
raise.
G.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
disturb.
said the state
You
has
can't
shown
disturb.
willful
Your member has
disobedience of
already
the
raised this
order.
issue. Now,
And contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission
Sir,
from
the
that
order has
party
been
to
breached,
do
sir.
it.
Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparan Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
Meanwhile, yesterday Amit Shah also spoke on the issue. The Congress has also spoken in it. Listen it.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया उद्धव जी जजमेंट क्या है एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए मान्यवर ये वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे
The saddest part that a peaceful state like Tamil Nadu is they are planning to disturb the peace of Tamil Nadu. I represent a constituency of Virudhunagar and the assembly of Thiruparamkundaram. We know how we exist cordially. These people has come with fire, lit the fire of peace. They want to burn the peace. RSS and its chief Mohan Bhagwat has done this kind of acts across India. They had burnt people, they had burnt houses, they had burnt villages, they had burnt cities. Now they are entering into Tamil Nadu, which will never be accepted in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu wants a peaceful coexistence. We are proud that we live in Thiruparamkundaram.
The Madurai High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and conduct a silent protest for 2 days, demanding the right to light the Deepam at the hilltop Murugan temple. The decision comes after a long-standing dispute over the ritual, with the court previously ruling in favor of lighting the lamp at the Deepathun pillar, citing historical literary evidence. The protest is expected to be peaceful, with the organizers agreeing to carry out the demonstration at Palanganatham Junction instead of the temple premises to avoid inconvenience to devotees. Let me go across to Sharda, who's continuing to join us live from Madurai. Sharda, what are you picking up now? Around you, the protest is expected to be peaceful. You are in Madurai and you are closely monitoring this.
Well, the judge yesterday who heard the case ordered that not more than 50 people should do a protest, and also said that the group that is protesting should not target any one particular political party and aim their blame at them. And also today, hearing multiple petitions and appeals, one of the petitions submitted is asking for a silent fasting protest in Thiruparakundram Hill, but to make sure that there is no traffic or any congestion right outside the Thiruparakundram Murugan temple. They have allowed them to protest near the junction where the Thiruparakundram Hill starts, and also the entire temple area of the Thiruparakundram begins is where the silent protest is set to happen. The number of people that will be joining the protest is almost 200, and that is what the court is also ordered, telling that it should be a silent protest and that people should not make any inconvenience to the public during their protest. So it will be a 2-day fasting and a silent protest done by multiple Hindu groups come together, including the people of Thiruparakundram.
Thank you, Sharda, for giving us those details. We're also now looking at the top focus and news and headlines that is making and being heard across the nation. Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits noticed the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have been detained. Police recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi, Shadra, while he was riding a motorcycle with his worker. The victim has been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. The victim is currently in stable condition, undergoing treatment. A probe has been launched. A massive fire broke out at Godown in Gujarat. Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in Godown. About 50 fire personnel carried out the operation to control the fire. Fortunately, no casualties were reported. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigation in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED has issued a notice in Lucknow to the dismissed constable to appear on the 8th. Action was initiated after he failed to do so. Raids were conducted at several locations including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection with the case. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot. They began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams, 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be a short circuit. There were no casualties reported. Utpal Parikar, son of former Goa Chief Minister Manohar Parikar, made serious allegations against the ruling party in Goa, government officers and police officials, claiming they're involved in the case and harassing Goa businesses. He has specifically mentioned that influential business people with connections at the centre are receiving benefits, citing the Luthra brothers as an example. Parikar demanded strict action against the Luthra brothers and the government officers involved, stating suspension is not enough. They should not be seen out in 5 months. Listen in.
A tragic fire incident that killed 25 people in Burj by Romeo Lane fire incident in the North Goa. To talk on this, because several multiple fissures were found in the permissions and licenses given out by the various departments. On the other hand, Luthra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators, might be deported anytime soon. But it is very important how the trade license was given, why was fire NOC not in place, and several such questions are still lingering. To talk on this, we have with us former Chief Minister Manohar Parikar's son, Utpal Parikar, sir. So please tell us about several allegations are being levelled right now on the various nightclubs, restaurants or bar, or it is being said that such fire permissions or fire NOCs are missing in several such businesses which are operating right now in the state of Goa. What do you have to say on that?
Yeah, first of all, let me express sympathies and condolences to the families. I was watching Arnab yesterday, Mrs. Joshi, one of the victims, she lost her husband and sister and 4 members of her family. But just giving sympathies and condolences is not enough. We have to give her justice because she has kids, her sister has 2 kids. The idea itself is I have a 4-year son. Hearing that itself was so upsetting. So we have to deliver justice. So Luthra brothers have been nabbed. That is a good thing government has done. But at the same time, I think the accountability has to be fixed at the local level also. What we have seen is many a times these people from like businessmen outside the state especially, they have links with some of the top government officials, IAS level, IPS level. I'm not saying everyone is involved. But Goa being small and having a lot of value for land and especially in Delhi, many people use that influence to circumvent, either make the local officials complicit or get them involved or get them scared into not acting. And this is what we have seen. And the tragedy has unfolded. But Goans know this is there at every other step. It's not just Burj. There are a lot of establishments like that which people have circumvented the local rules and law to run it illegally.
So do you agree with the allegations that has been leveled by the BJP leader himself on the ruling party, saying that right now, operationally, there are more than 50% nightclubs, restaurants or bars which might not be having fire NOC, which becomes a very serious allegation?
No, so what I am saying is the Chief Minister, who is the topmost law enforcement officer of the state, also because he is the Home Minister of the state, should ensure steps which will bring the confidence back in the government. One of them will be, like Luthra brothers, most likely will be charged with complicit in homicide not amounting to murder. I am requesting the Chief Minister, charge those government officials also who have been suspended. Mere suspension or termination is not enough. Charge them under the same law. Make them pay, charge them what Luthra brothers will be charged with. So I will ask Arnab to take that up. Let the government charge the officials with the same charges, like culpable homicide not amounting to murder. All the 4 people or whoever is found guilty, not just suspend them or involve them in some court of inquiry or something. So by doing that and by taking strict action, you can bring the confidence back.
So here he is demanding that justice should be done to deceased and their families by applying the appropriate laws to all the perpetrators, not just Luthra brothers, but also the suspended officers. That's what his demand.
Especially because the officers are in position of power. Luthras did for maybe their greed, but officers are in position of power, so they should be charged with charges which are more than what Luthras are charged with.
They are serving people.
Yes, so I am asking Chief Minister specifically, do this step to bring back the confidence.
Sir, also there are various lapses at multiple levels. It is being asked, it is being questioned that how was trade license in first place issued to a place which was allegedly illegally constructed in the CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone. On the other hand, fire NOC was missing. There was only one entry and exit to entire construction. We have seen the videos. It was engulfed in the fire totally, and 23 people have succumbed to death when they went down in the kitchen area. So what do you think fallacies and loopholes are at several levels? What do you have to say?
Basically that itself is a proof of corruption. Now what more has to be said about that? It shows there is corruption at different levels. Maybe some circumnavigation, like one of the national channels was reporting that IPS and IAS have influenced earlier not to take action against when the Panchayat didn't renew the license. Demolition was still not conducted. So there was some pressure from there. So the Chief Minister has to get back the grip on the administration and not allow such things. And to restore the confidence, one of the steps is to charge the culprit, even the officers, with the same or more severe crimes what Luthras will be charged with. That will.
Coming up after a short break, search operations are continuing, and we're also going to tell you that the search operations continuing for the second consecutive day along Indo-Pakistan international border in the Samba district as forces intensify the crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of snowfall in upper reaches. Here's that report.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels, but this is the special operations group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage, because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Coming up after a short break, Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. Much more on that. And Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका. No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum. Our top focus is going to be on the Deepam Rao and this political attempt by the parliamentarians to try and browbeat the judiciary. And we're not saying it, it's signatories to the letter that has now been written supporting the High Court judge, the Madras High Court judge, Justice Swaminathan, written by former Supreme Court and High Court judges, where they say that this move by the parliament that is there to try and impeach a judge only because they don't like the order that has been given by him is going to go down as condemnable. It is the unprecedented and the first time that impeachment proceedings are being used in this manner. They need to read the Constitution. First, a look at our top headlines. The Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Gardigai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition. As opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam cops have now submitted the charge sheet in the Zubeen Garg death case. MOSMEA says issue of the detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar is embroiled in a land deal controversy with documents revealing that his firm Amaddeep Enterprise LLP was informed about the purchase just 6 days after registration. The deal involves 40 acres of government-owned land in Pune's Mundwa area valued at 1,800 crore rupees, which was sold for 300 crore rupees. The Maharashtra government, let me go across to Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister, speaking in the Lok Sabha.
से ये सभी लोगों ने यहाँ पे अपनी बात रखी. Unless it is connected to the masses of the country, you don't see that kind of emotion being spoken, both from the members this side and from the members that side. So that is an example that how deeply and inclusively, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the civil aviation is interconnected in this country. And I'll try to stick to the points that have been mentioned in the resolution, which I feel is also very important to address today. The first point is to initiate appropriate measures to regulate the airfare in such a way that there is a reasonable upper limit to the maximum fare that an airline can fix in a route. Madam, taking up this point, let me start by looking into the aspect of deregulation in the country. Some speakers have already spoken about it. The deregulation starts with Air Corporations, the regulation starts with Air Corporations Act of 1953. That was the time when they decided that the airfares need to be regulated. There was a committee which was there and which was looking into all the regulations and the capping of fares and deciding what the tariff should be. But then in 1994, it was decided that the aviation sector should be deregulated. And it was deregulated, that idea that came up, and then the Air Corporations Act was repealed in 1994. And the idea behind the deregulation at that time was to allow the sector to grow. Open sky was mentioned because there was so much demand and potential in the country, and considering the global way of how civil aviation was observed across the world, all the countries who have seen exceptional growth in their own country in civil aviation, they had deregulated markets. The deregulation of markets, one, lets the sector open up for many players to come in. and it also encourages competition at the same time. When you are saying deregulation, you are letting the market dynamics flow in. You are letting the market supply and demand play its own role so that the ultimate benefit is got by the passenger who is taking the ultimate benefit. So it is with that idea in 94 itself, the deregulation has happened, and from then we have seen that multiple airlines have come in and multiple challenges for airlines. Some have gone out and new airlines have come in. But the idea still remains that if the civil aviation network, the aviation sector, if it needs to grow, the first and foremost thing is to keep it deregulated so that the competition survives, more players can come in. Madam, and coming back to the whole deregulation aspect, even though I'm saying that the market is deregulated, let me also come to the fact that according to the Aircraft Act that we have right now, there is power with the central government that in extraordinary circumstances, when there is a possibility that there is a misuse of the air tariff deregulation that we have set up, then there is the power with the central government to interfere and set things right, to cap the fares so that the passenger does not experience opportunistic pricing at that point of time. And one of the examples for that, a good example there would be COVID. And you have seen how much of a challenge it has been during COVID for aviation on one side and also for the passengers because of the mismatch in the supply and demand at that time. And it is at that time the government decided to step in, and based on the timing, the time it takes to travel from point A to point B, certain categories were created, and according to the categories, the central government exclusively used its power to cap the fares, and it has done it. And not only at that time, that was not the only example of when the government has stepped in and looked after the passenger and looked after the airfares in the market. There is another example that I would like to give, which is of the Mahakumbh. We have seen that there was extraordinary demand for people across the country and outside the country also who wanted to go to Prayagraj at that time. And because of the sudden surge in demand and the capacity being same as what it was before, there was a huge rise in airfares at the time. So what the government did at that time was to cap the fares which were going to Prayagraj. That was the second instance. And the third instance, when we have seen in Pahalgam, when the attack happened at that time, and Srinagar, especially this is a different kind of situation where people were trying to come out of Srinagar. So it was at that time, again, to facilitate for the people and the passengers who were coming out. We observed that there was a necessity for government to interfere. We exclusively used the power, and we have capped the fares again. While keeping the market deregulation intact, because the whole idea of open sky needs to be there for competition to survive, whenever it was necessary in those extraordinary circumstances, the government has used its power. And recently also we have seen during the IndiGo crisis where there was a capacity constraint. There were many cancellations. There were many routes where the airlines was not able to operate, because of which there was a capacity constraint. So again, it was observed that if we don't interfere, there could be a rise in airfares. Immediately we have stepped in, we have released an order, and this time we have done the categories based on the distance, and clearly we have communicated to the airlines that there has to be a capping in airfares. I'm mentioning the point saying that because the government has the exclusive power in extraordinary circumstances when they feel that the airfares are rising above the normal and becoming abnormal, then we are taking up that step. Another initiative that we have taken. This ministry is continuously connected to the people and listens to the people, takes feedback from the people. And that has been the complete approach of this government, especially under the leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Alliance Air, still a government entity. It is running ATRs across the country. It is especially running the most important routes in the northeast area, and also many different destinations where it might not be viable for different players to come in. Government has taken it upon itself to run those routes so that the people in those areas also get connectivity. The new initiative, the new experiment we have started, this was very recently in October we have started with Alliance Air, was Fare Se Fursat. We wanted to see, because there is a lot of discussion on capping of fares, let us see if we can cap the fares to a certain extent, what kind of benefit it is being given to the ultimate consumer or the passenger, and how is the viability of the airlines. So this special initiative that we have done, which is Fare Se Fursat, which is a pilot project for 3 months, Alliance Air, more than 54 routes it is operating in the country. We have selected certain 25 routes where the demand is good, some where the viability not be good. So 25 routes across the country, both northeast, south India, northern part of India, west, east. We have taken up all operations, 25 routes we have earmarked. And in these 25 routes, we have fixed up the fare for that route. And now, in these 3 months, it is still ongoing until December 31st, this Fare Se Fursat scheme is going on. And we want to observe. Now, if I have capped the fares, how is it benefiting the passenger is one? Because there are many other things which are involved. This is a not single-way solution that you are observing that the fares are up and you cap the fares or you make them limited to a certain extent, and the ultimate benefit is going to the passenger, because it is not just that one travel for that passenger. There is a sector here. There is the viability of the airlines. There is an airport that is operating. There are multiple levels in civil aviation for the passenger to go from point A to come out at point B. There are multiple different sectors which are continuously like a symphony working in tandem so that the passenger can go from one place to other. And it is important for us to ensure this whole tandem, the whole connectivity that is there in between, everything is viable in its operations. So that is why the Fare Se Fursat scheme is there. Government is very closely observing how the feedback on this, especially this scheme, and how the passengers are responding to it. So once that is done, definitely we are going to sit down, observe the feedback, and then if necessary, consider this with the private airlines also. And some other measures that we are doing, because this capacity constraint, usually, madam, if you see, I have statistics also to prove that when we are comparing the airfares of the country with airfares in different other places, especially internationally, the rate of growth that we have seen in the airfares is actually negative. In relative terms, in real terms, there has been 43% decrease in the airfares when you consider the consumer price index also. So if you compare with US or China, US it has decreased at 23%, China 34%, but India, the decrease has been up to 43% in relative terms when you compare with the consumer price index and the inflation also that has happened. So if you compare your own tariffs from previous years, previous decades, we have been maintaining a certain sort of level which is still affordable for the people. But in those terms also, when do you observe this airfares rise? It is not that every day they are rising, you see an increase in the fares. When these festive seasons are there, when there is a specific demand that originates in this location for most people to travel, and exactly the examples were also taken, Kerala, during Onam, during Christmas, during that specific period, most of the people who are working in the Gulf area, they all want to come back and visit their families in that time. There is a specific season that you see that there is a huge capacity that is going to be there, and those are the routes, specific routes also you can see that this is where the airfares are rising because of the demand that originates. And then you see in the North India, sometimes during the Durga Puja, the Calcutta routes are on a surge. During Diwali area, the whole northern sector that is on a rise. And also during Chhat Puja, whatever is going to Bihar, that is on a rise. These are all specific seasons. It is not that I can cap a fare for the entire season, entire year to a certain sector, because there are still, this is why market demand and market supply is very, very important for us to understand. They kind of play in such a way that they regulate the fares on its own. But when we observe, because we also know that there are seasons, because we also know there are capacity constraints in those seasons, we have reacted accordingly. When this Kerala situation observed, and after me becoming the minister also, this was exactly in September of 24, when the Kerala, the Gulf and the Kerala routes, when we observed that, see, what else can we do? What else can we do in this time so that we can facilitate for the people who want to travel and can keep the fares at a very adjustable price? Then we added capacity. We have spoken to the airlines well in advance. We have said this is a situation which is happening every year. Why don't we provide the more capacity in this region so that more people can travel? This is exactly what we have done in that time. More flights which were not operating or non-viable routes across the country, they were taken out. They were brought into this specific sector so that that can facilitate for the demand that it was created. And on top of Onam, during this Kumbh Mela also, everyone wanted to travel to Prayagraj. So we have increased the flights that are going to Prayagraj. So not only capping the fare, but the capacity needs to be augmented. That is the real solution when you are seeing that the fares are rising. Because there is demand there. It is not that you want to send that single passenger in a very adjustable price. You want to send 10 passengers to that place during that specific time. So capacity augmentation is something which is very much required, and we have done that. Kerala during the Onam, and Diwali during Diwali also we have done recently in October 25. Prayagraj Kumbh Mela in Jan 25. So we have worked out this solution when we speak with the airlines before and consider the festive season and increase the capacity. And also, madam, we have to understand what goes into these airfares. I have talked about what some of the measures that we have taken, and also airfares is not a single entity. There are different charges that go into the airfare, and one of the most important one is the aircraft fuel. ATF goes up to 40%, 40 to 45% of the ticket price that you pay is because of the ATF. And the way ATF is there in the country, the state taxes the ATF. And there are multiple states who have brought it below 5%. We are very thankful to them. There are 26 states and union territories which have brought it down because they understand that even if you lose a small revenue in this taxation for the ATF, the kind of economic growth that it creates, the kind of growth aviation network creates for other industries is very, very important, and it is with that idea that it was being done. But there are some states which still have it at a very high percentage, and it is multiple times. Our predecessor Sindhya ji is also here. He has written and spoken on this many times and written to chief ministers, and I have also taken that responsibility. I have written to chief ministers whenever I get the opportunity to meet them. I have spoken to them on this very specific issue to please bring down the ATF, because if you bring it down, then definitely that also helps the passenger and the cost that it takes. And we have done it with Bihar also. Bihar used to have 29%, but in June 25, they have responded and they have brought it below 4%. And there is one state, Tamil Nadu also, Manikamji is here. So I will take this opportunity through this discussion also to encourage the state government to bring it down as much as possible, not 4%, but bring it down to 1%, so that this benefit of the taxation also is being extended to the passenger at the end. And now this is the ATF. And when it comes to the DGCA measures, DGCA is also a very important regulator for us. It also looks after the safety. It also looked after the airlines and their operations. Now there is a tariff sheet which is being done by the airlines to see how are we going to charge. The tariff sheet mentions the minimum fare for a certain route, maximum fare for a certain route, and they have this bucket system where through buckets, they see how many seats are going to be allocated at a certain price. Not many would be knowing about this, but whenever you go to the website and you purchase a ticket, there is a clear tariff sheet that is mentioned there. But here the airlines also used to be doing their own chalaki. What they used to do, tariff sheet, because according to the law, they have to do it prominently somewhere, they have to display the tariff sheet. But we were also doing our own monitoring. We were checking where is the tariff sheet. But we used to go to the web page, and it used to take ages to look at it, where the tariff sheet it is. It is right at the bottom, and even the letters with which it was written was only, you can see it only if you use a binoculars. It was at that situation. Then we said this is not the purpose of through which the law has been kept. Then we have updated them. They have instructed them that whenever they open, the tariff sheet should be seen right in the front in big letters so that every passenger can see it. We have brought that change. We have monitored that change. Now the tariff sheet is thoroughly displayed. But not only tariff sheet. Now earlier there was the rule that the tariff sheet, there was a small clause which gave an advantage to the airlines that every day they can change the tariff sheet. ऐसा होगा तो कैसे होगा? आज का tariff sheet आज का बन रहा है, आज का ticket हमने ले लिया, कल का tariff sheet कल का बन रहा है, तो again it's not serving the purpose. Then we changed the clause. Then we changed the rule that was giving that clause, that measure, and we said you won't change it every day. You won't change it every 24 hours. You will only change it every month, so that once the passenger sees at the end of the month, first week of the month, they have to give us the tariff sheet saying in that sector, in this month, how much are you going to charge, how many bucket charges you have. So everything the passenger should know on what charges it will be there. So we have changed it to 1 month. That is also a facility that the passenger will have. I would encourage more passengers to look into this tariff sheet, to look at how the pricing is done, what is the minimum bucket, what is the maximum bucket. And this we have done it last year itself, and we have observing some changes because it improves the monitoring mechanism that we have on these airlines and their tariff sheets. And also on top of this, there is a tariff monitoring unit that we have created in DGCA. And the purpose of this specifically is to look into what the pricing is and how the airfares are fixed. Are they following the tariff sheet or not? Are there abnormal situations that are being created? So specifically just for tariffs, we have created a tariff monitoring unit, and it has been strengthened time and again through various measures. And earlier, when it started with around 50 routes. But now we have expanded to 78 routes. We are also taking international sectors also right now to understand where and how these tariff fares are being changed and how they are being done. And the tariff monitoring unit, which is going to be a very important unit for us to monitor these tariffs, we are bringing in more IT tools. We are bringing in more technology so that the power at the TMU increases and they can analyze the fares in a very tech-based manner using the IT tools also to analyze. So that is one thing that we have done, and we are also improving the capacity with which TMU works, not only in the routes that are being covered and also in the number of people that you are doing it. So this is one. And then the most important thing in civil aviation sector in the last 10 years, this is a success story that not only me, who is part of this government, can talk about. Everyone on both sides, all across this house, they can all speak about it, that the UDAN scheme was one of the most successful scheme, not only for the country, but for people across the world that we can showcase to. UDAN scheme has made democratized air travel in the country. The way we have brought inclusiveness in civil aviation is because of the UDAN scheme. The number of unserved and underserved airports in the country, there was a big number. And there was a challenge for us because there were these airlines who were looking at commercial interests. Naturally, the airlines would look at viable routes to function. And that is the most metro.
Civil Aviation Minister there saying airfare rising during festivals, but the decrease of airfare is 43%. In a significant breakthrough, 10 Maoists from Chhattisgarh's Sukma district surrendered with weapons carrying a collective bounty of 33 lakh rupees. The surrender took place in the presence of Bastar IG P. Sundaraj. We also saw others there who were present. And this surrender takes place as the Naxalite part of the Darbar division handed over arms, including the AK-47, 2 SLR and 1 BGL. According to IGP Sundaraj, the security forces committed to eradicating Maoism, ensuring peace and promoting development in the region. This is the big news that we are getting with the Maoists surrendered in Sukma. This is fantastic news coming in, and also going with what the Union Home Minister Amit Shah had promised, that Bharat would be free of Maoism by 2026 March. We're also going to try and go across to Bharat, who's joining us live from Bijapur. And this is the big news that's coming in from there, where the Maoist surrender has happened in Sukma. 10 Maoists from Chhattisgarh Sukma district have surrendered with their weapons. We are seeing such news coming in from there often now, and this is good news to see. On December 12th, we saw this happen. That's today. A total of 263 Maoists have quit violence in the district this year, the superintendent of police had earlier said. Let me also tell you, viewers, that they collectively carried a reward of 33 lakh rupees, but they have surrendered. Let me go across to Bharat, who's now joining us from Bijapur. Bharat, the cadres जो लोग इन्होंने सरेंडर किया है, ये पुलिस के पूना मार्गेम इनिशिएटिव का एक हिस्सा थे, और अब इन 10 लोगों ने अपने हथियार भी सरेंडर किए हैं, और 33 लाख का रिवॉर्ड इनके सिर पे था, और सब ने अपने हथियारों के साथ सरेंडर किया है. कुछ बताइए हमें इस गवर्नमेंट के इनिशिएटिव के बारे में.
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस इलाके से सरेंडर किए वो पूरा इलाका दरबार डिवीजन के अंतर्गत आता है और डीवीसीएम के पद पे काबिज है. बहुत से ऐसे माओवादी हैं जो बड़े बड़े घटनाओं पे शामिल रहे हैं, और जिस इलाके की अगर बात की जा रही है, बस आईजीपी सुंदरराज, उनकी मौजूदगी में इनामी राशि की अगर बात की जाए तो ये लगभग 30 से 33 लाख की इनामी राशि बताई जा रही है. और इनके समर्पण की अगर बात की जाए तो लगातार जिस तरीके से देश के गृह मंत्री का बस्तर दौरा था, इस दौरे में एक तरीके से माओवादियों का आत्मसमर्पण करना वाकई इसको एक बड़ी सफलता की ओर देखी जा रही है. जी
बिल्कुल. और जो ये सरेंडर हुआ है, इन्होंने अपने हथियार भी दिए हैं. कहते हैं कि ये एक इनिशिएटिव था भारत सरकार का, जिसमें जो इनिशिएटिव है पूना मार्गेम, एक रिहैबिलिटेशन का भारत सरकार का ये एक इनिशिएटिव था इन लोगों के लिए. कुछ आप इसके बारे में बताइए कि कैसे ये लोग अपने हथियार और खुद सरेंडर कर रहे हैं. 243 माओइस्ट ने इस साल सरेंडर किया है.
मार्गम जो है सरकार की जो योजना के अंतर्गत एक नाम दिया गया है और एक टैगलाइन दिया गया है. इसमें ये कहा जाता है कि घर वापसी अभियान पे चल रहे हैं. संविधान के विपरीत चल रहे हैं, उन लोगों की जब घर वापसी होती है तो इसे पुनर्मार्गम के तहत इनकी घर वापसी की जाती है। तो इनकी जो सरेंडर है, इनकी जो आत्मसमर्पण है, इससे पुलिस को एक बड़ी सफलता मिल रही है। वहीं अगर बात की जाए माओवादियों की, तो ये दरभा डिवीजन की माओवादियों का एक तरीके से हुकूमत वाला इलाका कहा जाता है। उस इलाके पे माओवादी
Gee, as Bharat said, this is good news as this is Ghar Vapsi for them. And thank you, Bharat, for giving us those details. Because we're also going to now slip into what's making headlines and news across the nation. BJP MP Anurag Thakur complained to Speaker Om Birla after a Trinamool Congress MP was allegedly using an e-cigarette inside the Lok Sabha chamber. Thakur says the act violates parliamentary rules, amounts to the use of banned substances and prohibited devices inside the house, calling it a cognizable offence and a breach of parliamentary decorum.
बिल्कुल सही अनुराग जी ने उस समय उठाया और एक तो ई सिगरेट बाहर में भी 2019 से प्रतिबंधित है और सदन के अंदर ये कोई सांसद पिए, केवल सदन की गरिमा को ठेस नहीं लगा, उस राजनीतिक दल टीएमसी को भी, लेकिन वो तो बेहाया अपने ढंग से, कोई अंतर नहीं पड़ता है।
Sanitation workers hold a protest at Kamarajar Salai near Anna Memorial against the privatization of sanitation work in zones 5 and 6 of the Greater Chennai Corporation and demanding permanent employment. Police have detained the protesters. To improve safety in train operations, several measures have been taken by Indian Railways. As a consequence of various safety measures taken over the years, there has been a steep decline in the number of accidents. Train accidents have reduced from 135 in 2014 and 15 to 31 in 2024-25. Multiple schools in Amritsar received bomb threat via email. 10 to 12 schools have received the bomb threat. They've continued We're also being told by the ADCP2 that they conducted an anti-sabotage check in all the schools and there's nothing to worry. It was a hoax call. They're investigating it. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation has sacked 4 flight operation inspectors in connection with the IndiGo flight cancellations. Coming up after a short break, Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. And Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance. If they want me to attend, they want us to attend. And we'll be attending the meeting on Saturday in Europe if we think there's a good chance. And we don't want to waste a lot of time. We think it's negative.
In a recent press briefing, US President Donald Trump stated that he would only attend ceasefire talks if he thinks there is a good chance of a truce.
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. The Dept controversy raised by Republic in the last few days and debated by Arnab Goswami last night is the biggest talking point across India, with the issue even being raised in Parliament, with parliamentarians asking whether Hindus can't even light a lamp anymore. Continues to be our focus. Here are the headlines. Dept controversy comes up in the Madras High Court. The state government in Tamil Nadu challenges the tradition, asks for proof if the lamp was lit in that exact place where Hindus want it lit.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Why can't Hindus even light a lamp? The parliament witnesses some intense debates and points being made on the issue of the Kartikai Deepam in Madurai. Former judges, 56 of them, come out in support. Justice Swaminathan said there is an attempt to browbeat the judiciary. Charge sheet filed in the Zubin Garg murder case. Charges filed against his cousin as well. India takes up the detention case with China, asks why an Indian national from Arunachal was hounded, harassed by the Chinese officials. Okay. One of the big stories we're tracking today is a major infiltration plot which has been foiled along the India-Pakistan international border. A story broken by Republic as the BSF arrested a suspected terrorist. Pakistan has been on an overdrive to try and infiltrate, push terrorists into India. The BSF has achieved major success during a two-day-long operation. The arrested suspect was planning to facilitate the infiltration of a large Jaish-e-Mohammed terror group. The arrest being made along the international border in the Pragwal sector of Jammu district. There is also a suspicion that the arrested terror suspect was carrying Chinese-made weapons distributed among Pakistani terrorists. BSF has also launched today a large-scale search operation in the area where this terrorist and terror suspect was held in the Pragwal area of Jammu. Gursimran, my colleague, joining us with the details. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, these are the photographs of this terrorist that has been arrested along with the weapon. This is a Chinese weapon that has been recovered. This is though this is an assault rifle, but this is a Chinese manufactured assault rifle that has been recovered along with the 10 live rounds. One magazine has also been recovered, and these live rounds are of 9 mm. So it is assumed that it is only the MP5 gun that has been recovered from his possession. This individual has been suspected terrorist, has been identified as Abdul Khalik, and he is a resident of Rajouri. That is what we are picking up. He has been missing since 2021, and it is believed that he might have exfiltrated to Pakistan, and while in a bid to come back to India, he has been apprehended. He was on a bid to get a group of Jaish-e-Mohammed along with him, but now that attempt stands foiled, and the intelligence agencies are questioning him. These photographs, this is once he was handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police custody. This is that photograph, and second, the recovery that has been made. This is in possession of the BSF. The photographs that we are getting from our sources in the Border Security Force, that this is the one magazine, one MP5 prima facie it seems to be, because it is using the 9 mm rounds. 10 live rounds have also been recovered from his possession. Now the larger plot behind this is being looked into, Niranjan, because from the international border, as we have been reporting relentlessly, that Pakistan will try to foment trouble by pushing terrorists from this side only. Reason being that the upper passes are getting closed due to heavy snowfall that is taking place and is also expected to go further up. So it was very clear that an attempt will be made on the international border, but due to the alertness and the input that was generated by the intel wing of the Border Security Force, BSF has been able to apprehend this terrorist, and now recovery of the weapons also shows that he was here for a larger terror plot that now stands foiled, Niranjan.
Thank you for all that. Gursimran joining us with the details from Jammu. We have the Union Home Minister now speaking on Veer Savarkar at the national capital. In fact, he was in Andaman.
बैल के कोलू के अंदर लगकर तेल निकालने की यातनाएं दी थी, वहां पर भी सावरकर जी ने कील के उपयोग से पत्थरों पर साहित्य सृजन करने का काम किया। और मैं आज एक बात बताना चाहता हूं, साहित्य सृजन वो ही कर सकते हैं जिसका मन और आत्मा दो में से कुछ कुंठित न हो। 2 जन्म टिप देने के बाद भी जिस व्यक्ति के अंदर भारत माता की प्रार्थना के लिए, भारत माता के यशोगान के लिए साहित्य सृजन करने की हिम्मत है, उससे बड़ा कोई देशभक्त हो ही नहीं सकता। और उनके संकल्प ने ही एक कठोर कालखंड पारित करने की हिम्मत दी। एक ही जेल में 2 भाई रहने के बावजूद सालों तक एक दूसरे को देख नहीं पाए। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है? एक ही जेल में 2 भाई रहने के बावजूद कई सालों तक एक दूसरे का सामना नहीं हुआ। कितने जुर्म उस वक्त किए गए होंगे, वो इससे हमें मिलता है। सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रवाद का चिंतन जिसके आधार पर आज की सरकार चल रही है नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, वो उन्होंने ही इसकी नींव व्याख्या करने का काम किया था। मित्रों, ऐसी सामूहिक पहचान जो भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप के सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों, परंपराओं और इतिहास से उपजती है, इसको कई लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। उसमें से सबसे प्रखर इसके उपासक वीर सावरकर थे। अंग्रेजों ने शिक्षा के माध्यम से हमारे देश पर हमेशा के लिए गुलामी का बोझ और गुलामी की मानसिकता थोपने का प्रयास किया था। इसीलिए 1857 के स्वतंत्र संग्राम को इन्होंने विप्लव का नाम दिया था। वीर सावरकर अकेले ऐसे व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने सन 57 के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम को विप्लव की जगह स्वतंत्र संग्राम का नामाभिधम कर देश की सच्ची स्पिरिट को आगे बढ़ाया। और 1857 प्रथम स्वतंत्रता समर, ये पुस्तक देश के सभी पुस्तकों में एकमात्र पुस्तक ऐसी है जो प्रकाशित होने के पहले ही अंग्रेजों ने इसको बैन कर दी थी। कोई पुस्तक प्रकाशित भी नहीं हुई है, उसको प्रकाशित होने के पहले बैन करने का काम अंग्रेजों ने किया था। उस पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था। इसको छापना, पढ़ना, बांटना, सभी चीजों पर प्रतिबंध था। क्यों था? क्योंकि उसका टाइटल ही ऐसा था कि 1857 में जो हुआ था वो अंग्रेजों के प्रति विप्लव नहीं है, हमारा स्वातंत्र का अधिकार है। और इसके लिए अनेक हुतात्माओं ने जो बलिदान दिया वो पहला स्वतंत्र समर था। और रूढ़ियों के लिए भी उन्होंने बहुत सारे प्रयास किए कि हमारा देश रूढ़ियों से ऊपर उठे, रूढ़ियों को त्यागे। मित्रों, आज हम आजाद हुए हैं, लंबी यात्रा कर देश आज यहां पर पहुंचा है। नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में एक सरकार बनी है जो लगभग 12 साल से काम कर रही है। और जब देश के आजादी के 75 साल हुए तब नरेंद्र भाई ने एक आह्वान किया, देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने आह्वान किया है कि पंच प्रण के आधार पर हमारे देश की जनता ने हमारी शताब्दी तक, आजादी की शताब्दी तक जाना चाहिए। पंच प्रण में एक प्रण है गुलामी के कालखंड की सभी स्मृतियों को समाप्त कर नए विश्वास के साथ देश आगे बढ़े। और 15 अगस्त 2047 को एक ऐसे महान भारत की हम सब मिलकर रचना करें जो महान भारत समग्र विश्व के अंदर हर क्षेत्र में नंबर 1 पर हो। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आज ये आह्वान 140 करोड़ लोगों का संकल्प बना है। और एक व्यक्ति जब एक कदम चलता है तो एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हैं, परंतु एक ही दिशा में 140 करोड़ लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं।
Breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma speaking on the Zubin Garg investigation. The SIT, or the Special Investigation Team, framed a charge sheet. They filed it in court today. The Chief Minister saying the investigation has been done meticulously, saying more than 12,000 pages have been submitted in court along with documents, saying hoping the court gives justice in the case. We'll play out the soundbite of the Chief Minister. Himanta Biswa Sarma was speaking a few minutes back, but I want to go across straight up to Aniruddha. Aniruddha, murder charges also being filed in this particular case. Cousin of Zubin Garg also being named. What was the role of each of these charge-sheeted people? People who knew Zubin Garg, people who claimed to protect Zubin Garg, people who worked with Zubin Garg for all these years?
Yes, Niranjan, as the Chief Minister has already said that the charge sheet has been filed meticulously. We also spoke to the chief of the SIT, and Republic TV has also gotten some inside information as far as how the evidences have been put in front of the, the court. In this particular case, the evidences have been categorized. The first set of evidence that has been placed in front of the court is the medical evidences, the medical history of Zubin Garg and the various restrictions which were imposed on Zubin Garg by his doctors who had been treating him for over last many years. These all medical records have been put as evidence in order to, so the neglect, particularly on the negligence or the neglect that has been committed when it comes to Zubin Garg by the accomplice and the organizers. Apart from the medical evidences, another set of evidences which are also very crucial in this case that has been put in front of the CJM, that is the digital evidence.
Aniruddha, I have to interrupt you there because the Chief Minister is speaking, cutting across live.
Now, we have filed a search sheet with almost 12,000 pages of documents, along with the main search sheet, seizure, examination of witness, and it is a meticulously done exercise. Although we have taken documents from Singapore, but we have proved the case with our independent documents. Even if court says that no, Singapore documents is not admissible, we have filed a search sheet in a way that the documents collected in Assam itself is sufficient to prove the charges. So now, after a prolonged investigation and lot of hard labor, we have filed a charge sheet into the court. We have all respect for our judiciary. We know about their independence. We know about their impartiality. And we know the way judiciary always give a victim justice and fair play. So we hope that now it is over to the court. Definitely court will give us justice. From the government of Assam, our next two steps will be to approach Chief Justice of Guwahati High Court for a fast track court, and second position will be to recruit a special public prosecutor for this purpose. However, all these will be started after the case is committed to the session judge and session judge take cognizance of the case. So these are the steps which we have to now meticulously follow. Yes, the motive and criminal conspiracy has clearly been tracked, and it has been examined by Advocate General. It has been examined by our Director of Prosecution, and everyone is convinced that this is a case where conviction is possible. Rather, they are sure that prosecution will be able to get conviction.
Another high-profile SIT investigation charge is pending. What is government's take on this?
Which one?
The case related to the Ali Abhishek.
Our approach is different. On that, we are going to transfer the case to central agency. Once this issue is resolved and goes to a regular trial, by the end of this month or beginning of next month, we will be shared some documents with all of you. However, the matter will be sent to Central Investigation Agency for further investigation, because in a case where so much complexity is involved, only for Assam SIT it may not be possible to unearth completely, but whatever we have achieved or whatever we have unearthed, that is sufficient to draw a conclusion against the accused person.
Okay, so they're moving the court to fast track the case. There is a lot of public pressure also on the Assam government, which is trying to fast track this particular case. And a lot of sentiments around Zubin Garg, very, very, very popular in Assam. And the Assam government moving the High Court to fast track it. Ladies and gentlemen, a story broken by Republic this morning of Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar. He continues to be embroiled in the land deal controversy. Now, Ajit Pawar may be hoping that the story dies down, the heat is off him, but documents with Republic are revealing that the firm Amadia Enterprises was informed about purchase just 6 days after registration. 6 days on, they got the nod. The deal involves 40 acres of government-owned land in Pune's Mundwa area, valued at almost 1,800 crore, which was sold for just 300 crore. The Maharashtra government has formed a committee to investigate the deal, and an FIR has been registered against several individuals, including Parth's business partner and a suspended tehsildar. But in this particular story, the documents show that despite what Pawar says and claims and what the state government claims, they claim that the deal was stopped midway, investigation was on, etc. But documents show that the deal was fast-tracked and government moved quickly to hand over the land at any cost to Parth Pawar's firm. We have letters with us. Meenakshi is also joining us live with the whistleblower in the case. Let's listen in.
कि ये पुणे लैंड स्कैम में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कोई डील नहीं हुआ। हमारे पास सेल डीड है, हमारे पास वो चिट्ठी है जहाँ पे बोटानिकल गार्डन लिख रहा है ऑफिशियल्स को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को, कि हमारे यहाँ पे इलीगल पोजीशन लेने लोग आ रहे हैं, इलीगल डील हुआ है। इसके बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं कोई डील ही नहीं हुआ।
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे मीडिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता है सबकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, वो तो डील होता ही नहीं। फिर के ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
जो सेल डीड
है वो तो झूठ है। अगर ऐसे सेल डीड झूठे होते रहेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे। ये कानून किस लिए है? अगर अजित पवार ये बोल रहे तो अजित पवार अपने बेटे की गुनाह की कबूली दे रहे हैं।
तो अभी ये पूरा सेल डीड को मुकर गए, मतलब ट्रांजैक्शन को मुकर गए। इसका मतलब ये हो सकता है क्या कि फ्री में ही ज़मीन, जो आम आदमी का ज़मीन है, वो हड़पने के लिए ट्राई किया था वो लोगों ने?
ये तो आम आदमी की ज़मीन हड़पने का ट्राई तो बिल्कुल किया था। उसमें 3 चीज़ें, जो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम में आते। एक तो बिना पैसे के लेन देन के 340 एकड़ का ज़मीन का ट्रांजैक्शन किया गया। दूसरी बात ये हो सकती है कि इसका कैश दिया हो या लिया हो, वो भी इलीगल है। 300 करोड़ की कैश लिया तो भी इलीगल है। फिर अगर बार्टर हुआ है तो तेजवानी के साथ क्या डील हुआ, बिना वजह चाहिए, कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं है। ये ज़मीन की जायदाद की ये ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है तो ये सोशल वर्क नहीं है। तो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम की तरफ इशारा करते हैं और इसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए होने वाला नहीं है कि जो सारे जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं ये उन्हीं के लोग हैं जो इस क्राइम में शामिल थे, चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो या चाहे SDO हो या तहसीलदार हो या अभी पुलिस वाले जो कर रहे हो। उनको देखिए, क्रिमिनल सामने घूम रहा है, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, हाईकोर्ट बोल रहा है कि पार्थ पर FIR क्यों नहीं हुआ, और सिर्फ इन लोगों को लगता है जो इसमें शामिल है उनको लगता है कि पार्थ का कोई संबंध नहीं है। ऐसे अगर कोई भी करने लगा तो सारे जो महाराष्ट्र की सिस्टम है उसका सत्यानाश हो जाएगा।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं, आपके इस सूत्र में मैं बोल रही हूँ कि जहाँ पे पुलिस FIR में पार्थ पवार का नाम नहीं रख रहा, जहाँ पे बुलाया जा रहा है लेकिन समन स्किप कर रहे दिग्विजय पटेल, वहाँ पे EOW पे भरोसा करना क्या सही है? ना कि ये जो लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ कैश जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है, इसके लिए ED आना चाहिए।
देखिए, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र के किसी भी ऑफिसर के हाथों से पूरा नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में या सारे हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसा एक सिस्टम हो गया है कि जो भी दबंग राजनेता होते हैं वो अपने पुलिस अधिकारी, अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स, आप देखिए पुणे में भी कई सब 15-15, 20-20 साल से वो वही है। तो इनके हाथों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इस जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके वो पार्टी है, तो वो खुद की इंक्वायरी कैसे करेंगे? तो उनसे कुछ होने लगे। तो यहाँ कोई थर्ड पार्टी या तो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी या ED की इंक्वायरी या CBI इसमें ध्यान दे। और उसमें भी मुझे थोड़ा शक ऐसे होता है कि पुणे और सातारा ऐसी जगह कि यहाँ सारे हिंदुस्तान के बड़े बड़े लीडर्स और ऑफिसर्स की ज़मीनें हैं, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। तो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने देंगे।
हमारा निर्वंश होता तो भी हम अखंड वंश कहलाते, क्योंकि देशभक्ति के इस दीप्तानल में हमने अपने स्वार्थ का दहन कर दिया है। मेरे लिए कुछ नहीं। ये जो उत्कट समर्पण है, उसके लिए आवश्यक उत्कट प्रेम है मातृभूमि के प्रति, उसके चलते जो तन्मयता आती है, इन सबका मिलाकर जो बनता है वो भक्ति है। सावरकर जी के चरित्र में सब मिलता है। जन्मजात प्रतिभावान थे, गायन, लेखन, नाटक, कविता, सब कुछ था उनके पास, वक्तृत्व था। उच्च विद्या विभूषित हो गए। उस समय बैरिस्टर बनना बड़ी बात थी, लेकिन यह सब कुछ देश के लिए। गुण सुमने मी वेची अली या भावे कि तिने सुगंधा गावे। ये तरह तरह के गुण मैंने जो अर्जन किए अपने परिश्रम से, किस लिए? इन गुण पुष्पों की सुगंध मातृभूमि को मिले। अगर उसके उद्धार में ये काम नहीं आते तो विद्या का भार है, व्यर्थ है। जो कुछ कर रहे हैं वो उसी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और प्रचंड प्रतिभा, प्रचंड ज्ञान है। कर्म तो हम जानते ही है, बचपन से ही इतना सारा कर्म, भीम कर्म किया सावरकर जी ने, इतना कर्तृत्व, गगनचुंबी कर्तृत्व उनका। एक जीवन में आदमी ने क्या क्या करना है, अपने राष्ट्र की सर्वांगीण उन्नति के हेतु जो आज कर सकते हैं वो आज किया है, और जो आगे चल के हो सकता है करना चाहिए उसके बारे में चर्चा शुरू की है, उसके बारे में बताया है। स्वतंत्र भारत का संरक्षण कैसा हो, उसके लिए क्या करना, पहले से विचार बताए। चिंतन मनन में दूसरा विषय ही नहीं, और इसलिए विचार के साथ ही कर्तृत्व जुड़ता है। विचार सर्वांगीण है तो कर्तृत्व भी सर्वांगीण है। लेकिन इस ज्ञान और कर्म के साथ ये सतत चले, उपयोगी हो, इसलिए जो भक्ति आवश्यक रहती है वो भक्ति है, देशभक्ति। हम सावरकर जी का स्मरण करते हैं, पहली बात है उस देशभक्ति के लिए करते हैं। ये हमारे अपने देश में, हमारे अपने देश की ही भक्ति होनी चाहिए। यहां तेरे टुकड़े हो वाली भाषा होनी ही नहीं चाहिए। ये कैसे होता है हमारे होते हुए? पूरा भारत देश हम उसको एक मानकर, एक राष्ट्र मानकर चले हैं, संविधान भी अपना यही कहता है। तो इस भारत में छोटी छोटी बातों को लेकर आपस में अलगाव, टकराव कैसे होता है, हम कैसे सोचते हैं? सावरकर जी ने कभी ऐसा नहीं सोचा मैं महाराष्ट्र का हूं, मैं अमुक जाति का हूं। हमारे देशभक्तों ने हमेशा जो विचार किया वो सब किसी न किसी जाति में जन्मे थे, किसी न किसी प्रांत में रहने वाले थे, परंतु सबने सोचा पूरा भारत। स्वामी रामतीर्थ तो कहते थे कि मैं भारत हूं, मैं चलता हूं तब भारत चलता है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting.
कर सकते हैं प्रयास पूर्वक, वहां करते कि नहीं? भाषा शुद्धि के लिए सावरकर जी ने काम किया। हमारे अपने घर में अपने बच्चों को अपनी मातृभाषा आती है कि नहीं आती है, बात सोचने की। अपनी परंपरा का देश काल परिस्थिति सुसंगत चित्र हमारे घर के जीवन में है कि नहीं है? सावरकर जी को तो जो रास्ता लेना पड़ा, देश पराधीन था, उस समय शस्त्राचार करना पड़ा, उसके लिए सारे खतरे उठाने पड़े, साहस करने पड़े, सब उन्होंने किया। आज तो वैसा कुछ करना पड़ने वाला नहीं, हमको कहीं जहाज से कूदना नहीं पड़ेगा सागर में।
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Antara Gupta. And here are the top 6 stories that have set the agenda for the day. Starting with a single flame on a Madurai hilltop has triggered court battles, political protest and an impeachment push against a High Court judge. Next up, a rupees 300 crore land deal in Pune now raises a bigger question. Why is Parth Pawar missing from an FIR when the documents tell a completely different story? And that's not all. Assam's biggest mystery deepens. The SIT files 3,500 pages, names 7 accused and challenges the drowning version in the Zubeen Garg case. What really happened there? And of course, the end game of the Luthra brothers is near, viewers. Their run ends in Phuket, with deportation slated next and the Goa police gearing up to bring them back home. Meanwhile, in Karnataka, a fatal crash puts former Minister Revanna's son under the scanner, and yet again, a 24-year-old life has been crushed under a VVIP wheel. And last but not the least, viewers, after Cyclone Ditwa shreds Sri Lanka's lifelines, the Indian Army has come forward as the beacon of hope. Operation Sagar Bandhu is rebuilding roads, bridges and lives. This is 6 at 6. Let's begin. Now, at the Thiruparankundaram hill in Madurai, the age-old tradition of lighting the Kartigaya Deepam has triggered a wave of court battles, political protest and unprecedented pressure on the judiciary. Hindu groups in fact say that they are only asking for the right to continue to customary religious practice. But the state government has questioned whether the ancient lamp pillar even existed historically. And in the middle of this standoff is a Madras High Court judge who ruled in favor of the devotees and now faces an impeachment motion signed by over 100 MPs. This is the story of Deepam dispute, the legal flashpoints, the political fault lines, and what this battle over a single flame really signifies. Take a look.
For years, the Thiruparakundam hill in Tamil Nadu has been a site of complete faith and devotion. But the calm broke apart after Hindu groups demanded the right to light the Kartigaya Deepam lamp at the hilltop, a community rallying for the lights. Earlier today, the Madurai High Court granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days, demanding the right to light the Deepam at the hilltop Murugan temple. The point of contention that arose in court was over the existence of the Deepathun, the ancient stone lamp pillar. The Tamil AG argued that the dispute raises a fundamental legal question, whether the site referred to as Deepathun even exists. While the petitioner, answering the government argument, noted that Deepathun is part of the temple's historically owned land and lighting a lamp is a symbolic religious act. Settling the plea, the two-bench judge ruled that no further intervention petitions will be accepted in the issue of lighting lamps at the Deepathun.
Fighting the case against Judge G.R. Swaminathan, the lawyer imposed by the government continues to state that they never had the permission to light the lamp on the Deepathun for the past 73 years and there was no proof saying that the Deepathun is part of the temple. While in case the petitioner is constantly pointing out that the temple papers prove that the Deepathun is part of the temple property and it was used before the Second World War. It was just that the practice was stopped and that they cannot continue to do that because right now the lamp that is being lit is in the place where the Moksha lamp is lit for the people who have passed away, and it is for people who have died, and that it does not pay respects to God but only pay respects for the dead, and it does not clean out whether the God can be placed in the same place where the Moksha lamp is lit, and that's the reason they want to light the lamp in the Deepathun and that they have been fighting for it for ages, and this is the first time that the judge has come in favor of them.
At the center of controversy, the temple dispute began after Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court had passed an order allowing devotees to light the lamp. A judgment that was passed in favor of Hindus invited backlash and an impeachment motion introduced in Lok Sabha by as many as over 100 MPs. From the DMK to the AIM to the Congress to the Samajwadi Party, the opposition unitedly rallied against an order favoring Hindus. And now, 56 judges have signed a petition backing Justice Swaminathan.
India Airlines signed out telling an impeachment against the Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan. Now, 56 judges have come in support, telling that they support Judge G.R. Swaminathan's and also his judgment. And there's a form that's been submitted by all 56 judges saying that they are in favor of Justice G.R. Swaminathan and they agree that his rule for this Tirupurakuram has been right. And this form also has lawyers and advocates and also Supreme Court judges and the Madras High Court judges supporting Judge G.R. Swaminathan. And however, the DMK and the India Alliance still stand strong on telling that they want impeachment against Judge G.R. Swaminathan.
What is appalling is how the opposition flocked to have the judge removed, the same lobby who quote-unquote fight for fundamental rights.
Thiruparankundaram temple, sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar. I would like to put it on record.
To your party
why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party member
stopped?
also.
As the legal political storm intensifies, the question at the heart of the Deepam dispute remains unchanged. Can a centuries-old religious tradition be curtailed by administrative doubt?
Now, the Bombay High Court sharply criticized Pune police in the 300 crore Pune land deal case, questioning why Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son is not named in the FIR, even as others faced arrest. Now, this comes as documents reveal unusually fast approvals and officials' actions favoring Parth Pawar's firm in acquiring the government-owned land in Mundwa. Now, documents confirm Parth Pawar's son tried to take over the government plot. Here's the full story.
A fresh trail of documents in the Mundwa land deal case has blown the lid off for the Pawars and brought the spotlight back on the man who has not been named, Parth Pawar. An official letter has come to light which confirms the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son had tried to take over the government plot at Mundwa. The letter pointed out that the government officials had asked the Botanical Survey of India to vacate the controversial plot of land, which was purchased by Amedia Enterprises. The document indicates that the officials from the Maharashtra government had tried to facilitate the land transfer to Parth Pawar. Moreover, a letter has also surfaced which states that the Botanical Survey of India claimed that Amedia Enterprises has been trying to take possession of the land coercively and sought urgent intervention.
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, said no land deal ever took place in the Pune land scam case. But Republic has accessed 72 pages sale deed and a letter which was sent by Botanical Survey of India, raising serious concern about illegal possession and illegal sale. What about their 72 pages sale deed if there is no deal happened in Pune land scam case? And in the sale deed, it's clearly mentioned that Amedia Enterprise has purchased that land. So, the both partners of Amedia Enterprise, Parth Pawar and Digvijay Patil, are equally responsible for this deal.
As the investigation picks pace, the whistleblower has raised critical questions.
Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं. अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का आप कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे अमेरिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो. कलेक्टर को पता ये सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है आईजीआर डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं. फिर के ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
Under fire, the Fadnavis government was even pulled up by the Bombay High Court on sparing Parth Pawar's name in the land deal report. The bench had questioned if the Pune police were attempting to shield the state deputy chief minister's son. It started in May 2025. 40 acres of prime government land in Mundwa, worth up to rupees 1,800 crores, sold for just rupees 300 crores to Amedia Enterprises, that is Parth Pawar's firm. Documents exclusively broken by Republic had clearly shown how Parth Pawar had direct links with the company, his signature on the paper. The central question remains, why is he being protected?
Now, for over 3 months, Assam has waited for clarity in the death of music icon Zubeen Garg. Tonight, the SIT has submitted a massive 3,500-page charge sheet that could reshape the narrative. Now, what began as a September yacht outing in Singapore, officially ruled a drowning, has now taken a far more serious turn. The charge sheet names 7 people, details digital and financial trails, and points to possible direct roles in Zubeen's death. With trunks of evidence placed before the Guwahati court, the investigation has now moved into its sharpest phase yet. Was this a tragic accident, or was it something much darker? Here's what the SIT says and what the evidence now reveals. Take a look.
In a development that gripped Assam for over 3 months, the Special Investigation Team has finally submitted its charge sheet in the tragic death of cultural icon Zubeen Garg. It was in September that during a seemingly innocent yacht outing at Island organized by the Assam Association Singapore, tragedy struck. Zubeen lost consciousness while swimming, despite wearing a life jacket. Singapore authorities ruled it a drowning. His body was flown back to Guwahati, where a second post-mortem at Guwahati Medical College confirmed no poisoning, but suspicions lingered.
আমি কোনেও এই প্ৰস্তাৱৰ বিৰোধিতা নকৰি তাক পূৰ্ণ সমৰ্থন আগবঢ়াইছিলোঁ এই কাৰণে যে জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ মৃত্যু, জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ হত্যা অসমৰ বাবে এটা অপূৰণীয় ক্ষতি আৰু এই ক্ষতিক হয়তো আমাৰ প্ৰজন্মই কেতিয়াও পূৰণ কৰিব নোৱাৰে।
Today, the SIT submitted a staggering 3,500-page charge sheet to Chief Judicial Magistrate Balaram Shetri in Guwahati.
The Assam police has filed its charge sheet in the Zubin Garg's death probe. The charge sheet runs through over 3,500 pages, which has been placed before the Chief Judicial Magistrate of Kamrup Metro in Guwahati today. It may be mentioned that the Assam police is investigating the Zubin Garg's death as an incident of murder that has taken place in foreign soil, and as per the legal provisions provided under the BNSS, the probe has been progressing.
Accompanied by trunks of evidence, it names 7 accused, all in judicial custody. The document accuses 4 to 5 of direct murder roles, backed by digital trails, financial records, and witness accounts. Zubin's death isn't just a case, it's a wound on Assam's soul.
SIT का चार्जशीट हो गया है, लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो। अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है।
From the decks of a Singapore yacht to the halls of Guwahati court, Zubin Garg's story reminds us, icons fall, but the light endures. The SIT's charge sheet is a step towards truth, but the fight for justice continues. Was it a drowning accident or a chilling murder plot? The details will reveal.
Now, as the chase for the Luthra duo ended after being found in Phuket, they were transferred this morning to the Bangkok Immigration Office, where their deportation process is now set to escalate. Goa Police is now in coordination with the CBI and is all set to bring the duo back in India. Here's a report on what's all happened till now. Take a look.
Track, detain, and their deportation next. A transnational chase is nearing its conclusion. The Luthra brothers, Gaurav and Saurav Luthra, owners of the Birch nightclub in Goa, face deportation and a likely arrest. Early this morning, the Luthra brothers were taken from Phuket to Bangkok's immigration center. Back in India, a trial awaits the duo. The Luthras fled India and flew to Phuket under the excuse of work.
वहाँ का स्टाफ स्टार्टिंग से ही हमारे साथ बदतमीजी और रूड बिहेवियर और गलत तरीके से बात कर रहा था, बट हमने सोचा कि क्योंकि मतलब हमारी एज सच कोई गलती नहीं थी और हमें लगा कि यार कोई बात नहीं, अवॉइड करते हैं इस चीज़। इतने पे उसने उनका कॉलर पकड़ लिया और बदतमीज़ी और गलत तरीके से बात करना शुरू कर दी। और जब हमने उनको छुड़ाया, बोला कि सॉरी वगैरह बोला और वहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश की, तो उन्होंने अपने बाउंसर्स को बुला लिया, जो उनका 25 लोगों का बाउंसर का वो पूरा जो वहाँ सिक्योरिटी थी सबको बुला लिया और वो चेस करके हम पे हाथ उठाना शुरू कर दिया।
Day by day, the legal news tightens around all players.
Sir, एक statement, sir.
I am sad for what has happened. I'm not a dement. I am sad for what has happened, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
अजय गुप्ता क्या कहना चाहते हो? अजय गुप्ता। But sir, लेकिन आपकी लापरवाही से 25 लोगों की जान गई है, आप नहीं मानते हैं सर?
I am a sleeping partner. I have no role in operations.
Ironically, no owner is now ready to claim they actually own the club's day-to-day operations. But the court didn't find this argument based in reality. Official documents and receipts suggest Luthras were the owners. The duo that evaded accountability. Now held in Bangkok, it's only a matter of time before they face trial.
Former Minister H.M. Revanna's son Shashank Revanna has now been linked to a fatal road accident that claimed the life of a 24-year-old. Police has now in fact confirmed that the vehicle, it belongs to the Revanna family. While several key details, including who was driving at the time, are still under investigation, this is yet another case of an innocent life being crushed under a VVIP wheel. Take a look.
In Karnataka's Ramnagara district, a tragic accident unfolded around 10:30 on Thursday night. A white SUV belonging to the Ravanna family, the family of former Minister H.M. Ravanna, crashed head-on into a bike while attempting to overtake another vehicle. The impact devastating. The young rider, a 24-year-old, was found in a severely mangled condition. His face carried multiple injuries, while SUV's front section was completely crushed. The victim, identified as Rajesh, succumbed to his injuries on the spot. While police continues inquiry, a notice has been issued to the Ravanna family. However, the identity of the person behind the wheel at the time of the crash is yet to be verified. With a detailed investigation underway, authorities maintain that the truth behind the fatal crash will be established soon.
Cyclone Ditwa has left Sri Lanka battered, with roads washed out, bridges collapsed and several regions cut off. In the middle of the crisis, India has now stepped in under its neighbourhood first policy. The Indian Army has launched Operation Sagar Bandhu, a focused mission to restore connectivity, reopen lifelines and support rescue efforts. An engineer task force of 48 personnel was airlifted to Sri Lanka on priority and has begun rebuilding critical infrastructure, from damaged roads to collapsed bridges. Their work has in fact helped reconnect isolated areas and move essential relief materials to thousands stranded. Local communities now say that the shelters built by Indian troops provided safety and medical support, especially when they needed it the most. Tonight, a look at how Operation Sagar Bandhu is helping Sri Lanka recover from one of its toughest moments. Take a look.
Cyclone Ditwa left a trail of destruction in Sri Lanka. Roads are washed away, bridges are damaged, and many areas are cut off.
Indian government of Indian Army
In this tough situation, India reached out to help Sri Lanka under its neighbourhood first policy. The Indian Army quickly launched Operation Sagar Bandhu to help restore roads, bridges and connectivity and rescue thousands of those stranded.
In the line with the India's policy of the neighbourhood first, the Operation Sagar Bandhu was launched to provide the humanitarian assistance to our Sri Lankan brothers and sisters who were affected by the devastating cyclone Ditwa. As part of the Operation Sagar Bandhu, an engineer task force, and they were inducted on the war footing to provide engineering support primarily to restore the vital lines of communications and construct damaged bridges and roads. The team here is comprising of the various experts of bridging, surveying and watermanship, and also the team which has come here has the meticulous skill holders who can operate the heavy earth moving equipments, drones and unmanned vehicles which is required to provide the effective engineering support.
As a part of this operation, an engineer task force comprising of 48 personnel of the Indian Army was airlifted and inducted on a war footing to provide critical engineering support. These brave hearts reached Sri Lanka and provided urgent engineering support.
ETF is presently holding the 4 sets of the Bailey bridges that were airlifted in the C-17 aircraft of Indian Air Force. And these bridges were airlifted for the restoration of the lines of the communications. More bridges have also been marshalled and kept ready in India, which will be inducted as and when it is required. Also, here we are holding these sets of the pneumatic boats, OBMs, HESCO bags and the new generation equipments like heavy payload drones and remote control vehicles.
Trained to use heavy earth moving machines and rebuild damaged stretches of road, the task force restored vital lines of communication and constructed damaged roads and bridges that connect cut-off areas. This helped reopen key routes for the movement of relief material. The Sri Lankan locals thanked the Indian Army for their immense support.
Indian Army வந்து எங்களுக்கு சரியான முறையில் யுத்தத்தால் பாதிக்கப்பட்டுள்ள இடத்துக்கு சரியான முறையில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுது. பாராட்ட ஒரு விஷயம். இந்தியன் ஆர்மி வந்து எங்களுக்கு இவ்வளோ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது பெருமைக்குரிய விஷயமாக.
The shelters built by the Indian Army helped save many families in Sri Lanka. The injured were given immediate medical treatment in these shelters.
First, I want to thank for India government and India Army helping for us this situation time. I came from here before 3 days. I have some problem for my stomach and head. I continue vomiting and my leg pain. Within 3 days now I got very good size.
From rescue and relief to building shelters and roads and bridges, Indian Army helped Sri Lanka in the difficult time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we could pack in this episode of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be back with another power-packed episode, but it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side, Republic is live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if you think there's a good chance of they want me to attend, they want us to attend. And we'll be attending the meeting on Saturday in Europe if we think there's a good chance. And we don't want to waste a lot of time. We think it's negative.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
No, 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 no.
चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाह मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Lok Sabha erupts over Madurai temple ritual. Anurag Thakur accuses DMK of suppressing Hindu worship. DMK, meanwhile, in Madras High Court presents argument, asks if the tradition exists. "56 former judges signed petition supporting Justice Swaminathan, stating Parliament resorted to political browbeating." The SIT has submitted a massive 3,500-page charge sheet that could reshape the narrative of Zubeen's murder case. And this breaking news that's coming in, IndiGo CEO and officials leave from DGCA office after meeting with the DG. The meeting has lasted for over 2 hours. This was their second consecutive summons of IndiGo officials by DGCA. IndiGo is likely quizzed over operational failures, restoration of flights, and also revised flight schedules. This is the big news that we're being told at this time, that DGCA and IndiGo CEO and officials have left from the DGCA office after meeting with the DG. This is over operational failures that we have seen. One of the 4 FOI suspended has been in. We've also been given details about the DGCA suspending 4 flight. Details also coming in right now that this was the second consecutive summons of IndiGo officials by DGCA. IndiGo is likely quizzed over operational failures. Let me go across to Shambhi, who's joining us live on the story. Shambhi, a few days earlier, you were reporting from the IndiGo headquarters in Gurugram, where there was 24/7 monitoring being done of the flights. Second consecutive summons of IndiGo officials. What could possibly have been the kind of questioning, quizzing of the operations that could have been done of the IndiGo officials?
See, likely the topics that were brought up in the meeting were regarding the operational failure. A. B would be what is their revised schedule, because DGCA has asked IndiGo to file a revised, updated update every 15 days till their operations get back to normal. And even DGCA, after being slammed by the Delhi High Court, has taken several steps, be it suspending 4 flight operating officers, or be it deploying a dedicated team at the IndiGo headquarters to make sure that their everyday operations, day-to-day operations are being taken care of. And now even IndiGo, in a new update, has appointed an external aviation expert to help figure out what was the root cause of this entire operational failure. Although IndiGo has largely maintained that the main issue behind this entire IndiGo crisis was the failure in making a proper roster, and their failure to assess the number of employees or pilots which were needed in compliance with the phase 2 of the ATTL rules. So these are likely the topics which would have been brought up in the meeting, and this is the second time that the IndiGo CEO was summoned by DGCA. We are yet to see what further actions are taken from the government and DGCA's end in regard to this IndiGo fiasco. Back to you.
Thank you for giving us those details, Shambhavi. The other top focus is on the Dept case, where the Kerala court has sentenced the main accused in the 2017 actress gang rape case and also 5 others who were convicted for the crime along with him to 20 years of rigorous imprisonment as punishment. The court heard the 6 convicts on the question of sentence today before ordering that they serve 20 years of rigorous imprisonment for the crime of gang rape. And the Ernakulam Principal District and Sessions Court Judge Hani Varghese on Friday cautioned the lawyers against publishing news reports distorting the court proceedings in the gang rape of the Kerala actress. The judge had pronounced the much-awaited verdict in the case in which Malayalam actor Dept was also a key accused. The court acquitted Dept but convicted the 6 others, including the first accused Pulsar Suni. The court has now given the quantum of sentencing, which is 20 years of rigorous imprisonment. I'm going to go across in Thiruvananthapuram to my colleague Sankar to give us more details. Sankar, Judge Varghese has remarked that there has to be strict compliance with judgments and guidelines in this case on reporting. She's also said that the female actor in 2017 had been at a film shoot location when she was abducted, sexually assaulted by a group of men in a moving vehicle, and therefore, even though they remained behind bars, she believes they deserve this punishment for gang rape. Give us more details.
Today, there was 2 hours of arguments on the punishment, on the sentences to be given to the accused who were found guilty by the Ernakulam Principal Sessions Court on Monday. The quantum of, after finding them guilty of the charges against them, the quantum of punishment was posted for hearing today, and the Principal Sessions Court heard the prosecution and the defense counsel for 2 hours before before pronouncing the final judgment. In the landmark judgment, the court, the judge Hani M. Varghese awarded a lifetime to all the 6 accused in the case and also imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 each for all the accused. In total, they have to shell a total of rupees 3 lakhs, and the court also ordered to pay rupees 5 lakhs to the victim as compensation. The district legal service authority was also directed to make sure that the fine amount which to be paid by the accused must be handed over to the victim in addition to the rupees 5 lakhs to be given. So the court, the prosecution, after hearing the verdict, claimed that the sentence which was awarded to them became very light, as the prosecution expected a lifetime as a verdict from the court, and said the prosecution informed the media that the prosecution will challenge the verdict in the High Court in the coming days. against the sentence by stating that there were some flaws in the way the verdict was pronounced because the accused pleaded before the court that their age, because all the accused are below 40 years, and they sought maximum lenience in punishment by considering their age and also their family backgrounds, because the accused pleaded that they have to take care of their aged parents and small children in their family, and giving them maximum punishment will affect their family badly. So considering all these facts, the court provided them a less lenient punishment by stating that the conspiracy part,
Yes.
part under section 120B of the accused and the gang rape under section 360D of IPC were proven very clearly, as there are ample evidence accused, and so the accused were sent to after the verdict. The accused were sent to the BU sub jail, and in the coming days, there will be
That's right,
appeals against the
Sankar.
verdict also. Okay.
Thank you, Sankar, for giving us those details. The top focus that we'll track. We'll also tell our viewers that the top focus also. We're also going to tell you all the news and headlines that's making it across the nation. Police team in Raebareli district have apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits noticed the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They've been detained. Police recovered pistols and money from them. They're now in the process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi Shadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his worker. The victim has been identified as Yogendra. He was shot from behind. Victim is currently in stable condition, undergoing treatment. A probe has been launched. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat. Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in this godown. About 50 fire personnel carried out the operations to control fire. No casualties have been reported. Revenue Department officials reached suspended constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing probe in the Cuffed Syrup Syndicate case. The ED issued a notice to the dismissed constable who failed to appear. Raids have been conducted at several locations including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh in connection with the case. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot, began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams, 30 officials present at the spot. Cause of the fire could be a short circuit. There are no casualties reported. Breaking news coming in. There's an alert sounded at the India-Pakistan border. The India Border Security Force heightened security along the Indo-Pak border following the arrest of a suspected terrorist. We've also heard additional BSF troops have been deployed on multiple checkpoints. Sniffer dogs have been inducted into the operations to enhance security measures. This move comes after BSF had foiled an infiltration attempt in the Pragwal sector of Jammu district, arresting a Jaish-e-Mohammed associate. Here's a report that's filed by my colleague Gursimran.
An alert has been sounded all across the Indo-Pakistan international border after a major infiltration bid has been foiled by the Border Security Force. Right now we are reporting from the Pragwal sector, where you will see that Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Border Security Force, they are carrying out the intensified operations here, and what they are doing, they are scanning this entire stretch of the line of control as well as international border. Also the sniper dogs have also been inducted into the operations so that they can detect for the explosives as well as for the narcotics. next, because this threat is a major threat. We have seen in the past also that these kind of threats have been imminent along the Indo-Pakistan international border, and now as we report from the ground zero, one thing is very clear, that BSF is in no mood to give adversary or the terrorists any chance to sneak in into the Indian territory, and that is why we are witnessing these large-scale operations being launched on the ground, and with these sniper dogs being inducted into the operation, and the troops of the border security force with the sophisticated weapons all around the international border. They are trying to ensure that every adversary's attempt is foiled. And now as we speak, we report from the Pragwal sector of the international border, where a Pakistani backed terrorist has been apprehended along with the Chinese-made rifle. Now the search operations continue and the security has been beefed up. With Ashu, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Our top focus, viewers, the Madurai High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and also to conduct a silent protest for 2 days, demanding the right to light the Deepam at the hilltop Murugan temple. This decision comes after a long-standing dispute over the ritual, with the court previously ruling in favor of the lighting the lamp at the Pathun pillar, citing historical and literary evidence. However, the protest is expected to be peaceful, with the organizers agreeing to carry out the demonstration at Palanganan Thumb Junction instead of the temple premises to avoid inconvenience to devotees.
Appeals preferred by government and HRNC against the judgment of single judge, Justice G.R. Swaminathan, came up before a bench comprising of Mr. Jayachandran, Justice Jayachandran and Justice K.K. Ramakrishnan. Today, P.S. Raman, Advocate General from Chennai, he came and appeared on behalf of government, and Mr. Masilamani argued for the government. Then last at part of around 4 o'clock, Mr. A.K. Sriram appeared for HRNC. He also argued. Everybody put forth their argument today, and it will, judges said it will continue even on Monday. Tuesday it will be our day to reply for the submissions made by them.
The Madurai Deepam controversy also echoed in the parliament after BJP MP Anurag Thakur raised the issue in Lok Sabha, urging the government to address concerns surrounding the dispute. Anurag Thakur said the matter has triggered tensions and political reactions in Tamil Nadu, calling for clarity and accountability from the state administration.
I want to raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai's Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar. I would like to put it on record.
To your party
the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner.
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
He was allowed to
Justice
raise.
G.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
stop.
said the state
You
has
can't
shown
stop.
willful
Your member has
disobedience of
already
the
raised this
order.
issue. Now,
And
if I
contempt
have
has
given-
been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission
Sir, the
from my
order has
party
been
to
breached,
do
sir.
this.
Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparan Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
Meanwhile, yesterday, Amit Shah, Home Minister, also spoke on the issue.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर, और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
The saddest part that a peaceful state like Tamil Nadu is they are planning to disturb the peace of Tamil Nadu. I represent a constituency of Virudhunagar and the assembly of Thiruparamkundaram. We know how we exist cordially. These people has come with fire, all fire to fire, lit the fire of peace. They want to burn the peace. RSS and its chief Mohan Bhagwat has done this kind of acts across India. They had burnt people, they had burnt houses, they had burnt villages, they had burnt cities. Now they are entering into Tamil Nadu, which will never be accepted in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu wants a peaceful coexistence. We are proud that we live in Thiruparamkundaram. The saddest part that a peaceful state like Tamil Nadu is they are planning to disturb the peace of Tamil Nadu. I represent a constituency of Virudhunagar and the assembly of Thiruparamkundaram. We know how we exist cordially. These people has come with fire, all fire to fire, lit the fire of peace. They want to burn the peace. RSS and its chief Mohan Bhagwat.
The Bombay High Court sharply criticized Pune police in the 300 crore rupee Pune land deal case, questioning why Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son is not named in the FIR even as others face arrest. This comes as documents reveal unusually fast approvals and officials' actions favouring Parth Pawar's firm in acquiring government-owned land in Mundwa. Documents confirm Parth Pawar's son tried to take over government plot.
A fresh trail of documents in the Mundwa land deal case has blown the lid off for the Pawars and brought the spotlight back on the man who has not been named, Parth Pawar. An official letter has come to light which confirms the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son had tried to take over the government plot at Mundwa. The letter pointed out that the government officials had asked the Botanical Survey of India to vacate the controversial plot of land, which was purchased by Amedia Enterprises. The document indicates that the officials from the Maharashtra government had tried to facilitate the land transfer to Parth Pawar. Moreover, a letter has also surfaced which states that the Botanical Survey of India claimed that Amedia Enterprises has been trying to take possession of the land coercively and sought urgent intervention.
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Ajit Pawar said no land deal ever took place in the Pune land scam case. But Republic has accessed 72 pages sale deed and a letter which was sent by Botanical Survey of India, raising serious concern about illegal possession and illegal sale. What about their 72 pages sale deed if there is no deal happened in Pune land scam case? And in the sale deed, it's clearly mentioned that Amedia Enterprise has purchased that land. So, the both partners of Amedia Enterprise, Parth Pawar and Digvijay Patil, are equally responsible for this deal.
As the investigation picks pace, the whistleblower has raised critical questions.
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का कब्जा देने पर तुले हुए थे अमेरिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो, कलेक्टर को पता ये सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है आईजीआर डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं, फिर कोई ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
Under fire, the Fadnavis government was even pulled up by the Bombay High Court on sparing Parth Pawar's name in the land deal report. The bench had questioned if the Pune police were attempting to shield the state deputy chief minister's son. It started in May 2025. 40 acres of prime government land in Mundwa, worth up to rupees 1,800 crores, sold for just rupees 300 crores to Media Enterprises, that is Parth Pawar's firm. Documents exclusively broken by Republic had clearly shown how Parth Pawar had direct links with the company, his signature on the paper. The central question remains, why is he being protected?
Coming up after a short break, Lok Sabha erupts over Madurai temple ritual. Anurag Thakur accuses DMK of suppressing Hindu worship. And 56 former judges signed petition supporting Justice Swaminathan, stating Parliament resorted to political browbeating.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance of they want.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Raises questions about Ajit Pawar's defense and questions about the Mahayuti itself. All this and much more in this edition of This is Exclusive, but up first let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Republic accesses clincher documents, exposes Pawar's lies in saying there was no agreement signed. Lok Sabha erupts over Madurai temple ritual. BJP parliamentarian Anurag Thakur accuses DMK of suppressing Hindu worship. "56 former judges signed petitions supporting Justice Swaminathan in Madurai's Deepam Rao, stating Parliament resorted to political browbeating. The SIT has submitted a massive 3,500-page charge sheet on Zubeen Garg's case. His cousin and suspended police officer Sandipan Garg charged with culpable homicide. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mahayuti in Maharashtra has essentially maintained that there is no scam to begin with. It's the land in Mundwa, valued about 1,800 crore rupees, sold off for just about 300 crore rupees. Stamp duty also has been waived. Tonight, we bring you the biggest breakthrough yet in the Pune Mundwa land scam. A scandal that has shaken Maharashtra's bureaucracy, drawn the scrutiny of the courts, and places the spotlight squarely on Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar. For months, the government has maintained that the 300 crore Mundwa land deal for a plot valued about 1,800 crore rupees was not final. For months, investigators have maintained that Parth Pawar is not named in the FIR. And for months, the Pawars have essentially dismissed the allegations of wrongdoing. But tonight, Republic breaks the clearest set of documents yet. Documents that show super fast movement inside the government, letters issued at unusual breakneck speed, officials directly instructing the Botanical Survey of India to vacate a prime government plot. The same plot that was purchased by Amedia Enterprises LLP, the company where Parth Pawar is a partner. Now, these documents directly contradict Ajit Pawar's public defense, exposes official facilitation, and raises a question the Bombay High Court itself has asked. Why is Parth Pawar's name missing from the entire investigation? And is the state machinery being used to shield the Deputy Chief Minister's son? Tonight, we lay out the full trail, every letter, every order, every contradiction. But first, take a look at this detailed report.
A fresh trail of documents in the Mundwa land deal scandal has blown the lid off the Pawars and brought the spotlight back on the one man not named in the FIR, Parth Pawar, son of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. This comes as investigators dig deeper into what has become one of Pune's biggest land scams, a 40-acre government plot at Mundwa, valued by officials at up to 1,800 crores, but registered as a 300 crore sale to Amedia Enterprise LLP, a firm where Parth is a partner. A deal now under the scanner of the Pune Police, Economic Offences Wing, the Registration Department and even the Bombay High Court. 5 new documents accessed by Republic show a stunning trail of official action and reaction. Just 6 days after the registration, government officers informed Amedia Enterprises of the plot purchase. Another official letter reveals that the Tehsildar wrote to the Botanical Survey of India in June 2025, asking them to vacate the land. The same land claimed by Amedia, the same land where Parth Pawar is a partner. The BSI in turn flagged that Amedia was attempting to take possession coercively, requesting urgent intervention from the government. These letters directly contradict Ajit Pawar's public claim that the deal was not final. The documents show state officials actively facilitating the transfer for his son's company. Meanwhile, the Pune EOW has made multiple arrests. Among those arrested, the power of attorney holder Sheetal Tejwani and local officials who allegedly enabled the undervalued registration. Investigators have publicly stated no banking trail has been found for the supposed 300 crore payment, raising suspicion of alternate channels. Suspended Tehsildar Suryakant Yole is accused of issuing irregular ownership orders that allowed the land to be transferred. But notably, Parth Pawar himself is not named in the FIR.
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar said no land deal ever took place in the Pune land scam case. But Republic has accessed 72 pages sale deed and a letter which was sent by Botanical Survey of India, raising serious concern about illegal possession and illegal sale. What about their 72 pages sale deed if there is no deal happened in Pune land scam case? And in the sale deed, it's clearly mentioned that Amedia Enterprise has purchased that land.
And this is where the whistleblower and activists continue to raise tough questions. Why do documentary trails point to Parth's involvement, yet his name remains missing from the police record?
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजीत पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का आप कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे अमेरिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता ये सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल खेल रहे थे?
The controversy deepened when the Bombay High Court publicly questioned the Fadnavis government and the Pune police, asking whether they were shielding the Deputy CM's son by omitting his name from the FIR. The bench asked pointedly, why is Parth Pawar not named when the documents show his firm's actions? By May 2025, the stage was set. A 40-acre prime government parcel valued as high as 1800 crore rupees had been transferred for 300 crore rupees to Amedia Enterprises LLP. Republic's documents showed clear linkage, including Parth Pawar's signature on Amedia's company papers. From official clearance letters to instructions given to the Botanical Survey, to stamp duty violations, to missing money trails, the paper trail keeps circling back to one name the FIR leaves out. And the central question remains, why is Parth Pawar being protected? And how deep does the Mundhwa land scandal truly run?
Well, in fact, I want to first start with showing you when this matter was first reported. My colleague Meenakshi did actually question Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. And even then, he had basically refused to give any straightforward answer, dodging Republic's questions as to why exactly will he not step aside till the time this inquiry is actually carried out. Forget about stepping aside. It turns out that the FIR that has been registered does not even make a mention of Parth Pawar. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that those who are questioning this do not even understand what an FIR essentially means. And that is the reason why Parth Pawar's name does not figure in that FIR. First, I want you to take a look at what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say when this first scam was reported.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमिटी एंटरप्राइज का जो LLP है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमिटी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए हैं.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये मी पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना, क्या मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
Well, now let me show you what's the truth here. Documents that we have essentially accessed. These are documents of the company in which Parth Pawar has been linked. And what is it that it proves? Documents that we are going to show to you basically reveal Parth Pawar's firm informed of the purchase that has taken place. In fact, Parth Pawar's firm informed 6 days after the registration has actually taken place. It also goes on to show that government officials were actually asking Botanical Survey to vacate because this land that we are talking about was a land in possession of the Botanical Survey. The document that we have shows that they were asked to move out. Documents confirm that Parth Pawar's firm tried to take over the government plot. In fact, there was an attempt, as per the Botanical Survey of India, that people came and they wanted to take it away from them. Critical documents expose Ajit Pawar's claim that the deal wasn't really final, because that's what Ajit Pawar maintains. It contradicts Ajit Pawar's claim that shows government acted for Parth Pawar, because there was communication really going in from the Tehsildar to the Botanical Survey to tell them that there is an agreement that has already been signed. June 2025, Tehsildar basically sends a letter to Botanical Survey of a media deal. In fact, I'm going to show you the full frame of that particular letter. Tehsildar sent a letter to the Botanical Survey on the media deal. This is the letter of intent that it will be our responsibility to obtain all the statutory NOCs permissions that are required to carry out the proposed activities. Now, what are the proposed activities? I'm going to explain that to you in a while from now. Now, if you take a look at this LLP agreement, it makes a mention of Parth Pawar, where he stays, and he is the first party in this particular case. In fact, if you see in this document itself, you'll have Parth Pawar's signature here. So this is the letter of intent as far as this purchase agreement is concerned. Let's move on here. Interestingly, if you take a look at the second page of it, it says that 99% stakes is that of Parth Pawar. Interestingly, the person who holds only 1% stake in the company is the one who's now been called in for questioning. Let's take you through the entire timeline that will give you a sense of how it started. It was on May 20th, 2025 that the land deed was basically registered. Then 26th is when Amedia writes to Tehsildar about the purchase of land. That's the very next day. 9th of June, Tehsildar writes to Botanical Survey about the Amedia's purchase itself. So the purchase takes place by a private company, and the Tehsildar feels the need to actually inform here. On 16th of June, Botanical Survey raises concerns. Now, the concerns were basically about an attempt that was essentially made by a few people, unnamed people who wanted to take over this land. 24th of June, the district collector steps in. 14th of June, Tehsildar Yevle was asked to submit a report. Now, what happens to the report is quite interesting because that's another part that we're going to also talk about. So you've seen the letter of intent, which makes it very clear that Parth Pawar basically holds this entire thing. It holds the entire stakes in the company. And today, Republic TV has basically accessed the clincher in Ajit Pawar's case here, because in the documents that we are going to show to you right now, and perhaps we are going to show you full frame in a short while from now, what really has happened. Documents that throw away Pawar's claim, his son's land deal claims that he has made. These documents directly contradict Ajit Pawar's public defense, exposes the official facilitation, raises a question that the Bombay High Court itself has asked. Now, if you take a look at this particular document, it talks about the intimation that goes to the Botanical Survey of India regarding Amedia Enterprises LLP. Now, if the content of this letter is about an agreement that has already been signed, and the rightful owner actually happens to be Amedia Enterprises. So here it's very clear that there is an agreement that has already taken place. Earlier today, my colleague Meenakshi had spoken to the whistleblower. We're going to play out the response from the whistleblower in a short while from now. But take a very close look at these very documents. This is the second document. In this document, it talks about the urgent intervention. Can we go to the second document, which is then the first one we will put out, which is the urgent intervention. Urgent intervention of whom? It is regarding the leased land at Mundwa Botanical Garden, Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Botanical Survey. Now, this is going in once again from the collector's office, and they are basically informing about the land deal that has already taken place. So it's very clear that there are communications stating that the agreement has already happened. My colleague Meenakshi is joining me on this broadcast. Meenakshi, from all of these documents, one thing becomes very clear, that there is a sale deed, there is information that is being provided to Botanical Survey, telling them that the agreement has already happened and this land has now been given to Amedia Enterprises. So agreement has already happened.
You are absolutely right, as you rightly mentioned, Shavan, that everything is in public now. Republic has accessed lots of documents, and Ajit Pawar is saying there is no deal took place ever, any land deal took place ever in Pune's land scam. But documents tells different stories. Document actually clearly, we have seen that it's clearly mentioned the sale deed is 720 pages sale deed, where it's clearly mentioned that it was purchased by Amedia Enterprise, and we have also accessed that agreement of partnership of Amedia Enterprise, where we can see Parth Pawar having 99% of share and Digvijay Patil is having only 1% of share. So main question which is raised by Bombay High Court also, that we can see in sale deed that the sale deed was between landowner Sheetal Tejwani and Amedia Enterprise. So it's cleared the land purchased by Amedia Enterprise, not by Digvijay Patil. Digvijay Patil is an individual person. He has not purchased land purchased by Amedia Enterprise. Now question is that there are two partners in Amedia Enterprise, Parth Pawar and Digvijay Patil. So why only Digvijay Patil was mentioned in FIR? Why Parth Pawar's name not mentioned in FIR? And not only in FIR, in we have seen that the committee made by government, where within 6%, 5% is from Pune. So there are lots of questions. Activist Vijay Kumar also raised this question. Those who are investigating in this matter, those who are in that committee, they are also in government. So how we can expect clear investigation from them? So it is clear government's officials with Parth Pawar, and they also asked Botanical Survey of India to vacate the land. So it's clear whole system is with Parth Pawar, and it's that's why the reason why Parth Pawar's name was not mentioned in FIR.
Well,
it's clear to all. It's clear to public.
In fact, Meenakshi, I want to just play this response that came in from the whistleblower Vijay Kumbari. He raises some pertinent questions about the agreement to begin with, something that has been denied by the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who says that there is no agreement to begin with. Secondly, with regards to the argument that has been made by the government, which has largely relied upon the fact that the Deputy Chief Minister maintains that there has been no agreement, and perhaps there is no scam to begin with because Media Enterprises does not really own it. Listen to what Vijay Kumbari, the whistleblower, the man who blew the lid off this entire scam, what is it that he has to say on this entire issue?
कि ये पुणे लैंड स्कैम में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कोई डील नहीं हुआ। हमारे पास सेल डीड है, हमारे पास वो चिट्ठी है जहाँ पे बोटानिकल गार्डन लिख रहा है ऑफिशियल्स को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को, कि हमारे यहाँ पे इलीगल पोजीशन लेने लोग आ रहे हैं, इलीगल डील हुआ है। इसके बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं कोई डील ही नहीं हुआ।
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का आप कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे मीडिया पर, तो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता ये सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है IGR डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं। फिर के ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
जो सेल डीड
है वो तो झूठ है। अगर ऐसे सेल डीड झूठे होते रहेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे। ये कानून किस लिए है? अगर अजित पवार ये बोल रहे तो अजित पवार अपने बेटे की गुनाह की कबूली दे रहे।
तो अभी ये पूरा सेल डीड को मुकर गए, मतलब ट्रांजैक्शन को मुकर गए। इसका मतलब ये हो सकता है क्या कि फ्री में ही ज़मीन जो आम आदमी का ज़मीन है वो हड़पने के लिए ट्राई किया था वो लोगों ने? ये तो
आम आदमी की ज़मीन हड़पने का ट्राई तो बिल्कुल किया था। उसमें 3 चीज़ें, जो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम में आते। एक तो बिना पैसे के लेन देन के 340 एकड़ का ज़मीन का ट्रांजैक्शन किया गया। दूसरी बात ये हो सकती है कि इसका कैश दिया हो या लिया हो, वो भी इलीगल है। 300 करोड़ की कैश लिया तो भी इलीगल है। फिर अगर बार्टर हुआ है तो तेजवानी के साथ क्या डील हुआ बिना वजह चाहिए, कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं है। ये ज़मीन की जायदाद की ये ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है तो ये सोशल वर्क नहीं है। तो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम की तरफ इशारा करती है। और इसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए होने वाला नहीं है कि जो सारे जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं ये उन्हीं के लोग हैं जो इस क्राइम में शामिल थे, चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो या चाहे SDO हो या तहसीलदार हो या अभी पुलिस वाले जो कर रहे हो। उनको देखिए, क्रिमिनल सामने घूम रहा है, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, हाईकोर्ट बोल रहा है कि पार्थ पर FIR क्यों नहीं हुआ। और सिर्फ इन लोगों को लगता है जो इसमें शामिल है, उनको लगता है कि पार्थ का कोई संबंध नहीं है। ऐसे अगर कोई भी करने लगा तो सारे जो महाराष्ट्र की सिस्टम है उसका सत्यानाश हो जाएगा।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं, आपके इस सूत्र में मैं बोल रही हूँ कि जहाँ पे पुलिस FIR में पार्थ पवार का नाम नहीं रख रहा, जहाँ पे बुलाया जा रहा है लेकिन समन स्किप कर रहे दिग्विजय पटेल, वहाँ पे EOW पे भरोसा करना क्या सही है? ना कि ये जो लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ कैश जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है, इसके लिए ED आना चाहिए।
देखिए, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र के किसी भी ऑफिसर के हाथों से पूरा नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में या सारे हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसा एक सिस्टम हो गया है कि जो भी दबंग राजनेता होते हैं वो अपने पुलिस अधिकारी, अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स, आप देखिए पुणे में भी कई सब 15-15, 20-20 साल से वो वही है। तो इनके हाथों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इस जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके वो पार्टी है, तो वो खुद की इंक्वायरी कैसे करेंगे? तो उनसे कुछ होने लगे। तो यहाँ कोई थर्ड पार्टी या तो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी या ED की इंक्वायरी या CBI इसमें ध्यान दे। और उसमें भी मुझे थोड़ा शक ऐसे होता है कि पुणे और सातारा ऐसी जगह कि यहाँ सारे हिंदुस्तान के बड़े बड़े लीडर्स और ऑफिसर्स की ज़मीनें हैं, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। तो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने देंगे।
One final question that I want to take with you, Meenakshi, is with regards to what's the current status of the investigation. The committee says that the report will be submitted soon. They've sought for an extension. Are you picking up any details with regards to by when can one expect some sort of a closure as far as this aspect is concerned?
See, 1 month is over now. First committee has asked for 10 days and after that they have asked for 1 month. And now where we can see that in Bombay High Court, prosecution, the judge raised the question that why Parth Pawar is protected by Pune police. So now it's clear that Pune police investigation and committee's investigation is in on this investigation is a big question. So we expected that government committees that report will come within 15 days if they will again not ask for their investigations extension. Shravan.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi, for getting us the latest details. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Antara.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance. If they want me to attend, they want us to attend. And we'll be attending the meeting on Saturday in Europe if we think there's a good chance. And we don't want to waste a lot of time. We think it's negative.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो। रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the conversation starts in Washington because Donald Trump's right hand is back under scrutiny. A fresh bandage, a fresh round of photographs, and another cycle of speculation. The White House press team is fielding repeated questions. Medical blogs are dissecting every frame, and political accounts are calling it the most analyzed hand in America. What happened? Why does the injury keep returning? And why does the online forum refuse to let it go? That's trending across the US right now. But the moment that has sparked real pushback here, viewers, came at the annual congressional ball. Trump walked in with the bandage and walked out, triggering a European debate. His remark that Europe wants him as a leader and that several European nations look to Washington for direction has now become a standalone clip circulating on EU political pages. Some leaders are calling it misplaced, analysts are in fact calling it outdated, and pro-Trump accounts are calling it reassertion of American confidence. Now, whichever side you fall on, the clip has now crossed millions of views and is being remixed with older speeches for context or for contrast. We will break down the specific lines that triggered the online reaction. Now, back at home, Indian sport is driving one of the biggest positive spikes on social media today. Vinesh Fogart, one of the country's most recognized wrestlers, has officially been announced that she is returning to competitive sports. The same athlete who said that she's stepping away from the mat just months ago is now preparing for LA 2028. Her statement that she wants her son to see her as a fighter, both on and off the mat, has turned into a widely shared quote across Instagram and X. Now, coaches, former athletes and fan pages are amplifying her comeback as the return of India's mental fortress. We'll look at the reactions and the numbers behind this particular spike.
Now, in Europe, a newsroom confrontation from Poland is dominating conversations about press freedom and political aggression. A sitting senator was caught on cam, viewers, grabbing a journalist's phone during a question on public funds. The unedited recording, which is around 14 seconds, has gone completely viral. And the follow-up angle from another reporter who was standing right behind the senator has further intensified the debate. Hashtags calling for accountability are now trending in Polish and English, and multiple media unions have also issued statements just in the last few hours. We'll explain what led to that exact moment and what's unfolded since the clip went public. We have this and a lot more packed in this power-packed episode for you tonight. I'm Antara, and this is Trending. A new day and a new instance of US President having made it to the headlines yet again. This time, though, it was more of a spark of concern rather than the usual wave of outrage. Now, netizens recently reignited speculations and discussions on Donald Trump's health as he was spotted yet again with a bandaged and a bruised hand. And this is not the first time, viewers. Of course, Trump was seen sporting these bruises. These speculations would probably not have been as intense, but since these sightings, these bruise sightings, are more of a regular pattern at this point, the conversation sparked since the latest sighting has now gone viral, as to have gathered the White House's attention even further. In fact, those are the pictures that are coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and like I was just telling you, this is not the first time Trump has been seen sporting that bruised hand of his. And it's definitely, by the looks of it, not the last. Of course, speculations continue to grow. Medical reports, on the other hand, are as vague as it can get. Now, viewers, if you thought that the online stir was caused by speculations over President Trump's health and that it was bad enough, or it catching the White House's attention was a big deal, let me tell you, there's a lot more to this. What truly took the internet by storm was White House spokesperson Caroline Levitt's remark, justifying the president's bruised hand. She found herself at the butt of jokes as she attributed Trump's bruised hands to his multiple handshakes, yet again. And she did not stop there. She even went on to state that Trump's been on a daily aspirin regimen, which, per previous physical examinations, can contribute to these bruises seen. And again, viewers, that is not the first time Caroline Levitt has come up with a bizarre analysis of Trump's bruised hand, and this is, again, certainly not the last.
President is, as for the bandages on the hand, we've also given you an explanation for that in the past. The president is literally constantly shaking hands. The Oval Office is like Grand Central Terminal. He is meeting with more people than any of you even know about on a daily basis. He's also on a daily aspirin regimen, which is something his physical examinations has said in the past as well, which can contribute to that bruising.
And now, viewers, the internet, well, netizens could not hold back as they launched into a tirade of memes, of jokes, and more all over the rather ridiculous handshake attribution. From downright disbelief on Caroline Levitt's claims to even calling her out for what citizens allege as a big lie, the range of reactions was immense. Being displayed on your screens are the internet's take on the matter. Of course, the internet is in complete splits there, viewers, and for all the right reasons. After all, Caroline Levitt is giving but a rather bizarre analysis as to why is Trump's hand bruised, and not for the first time there, viewers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you yet another story of the US president making headlines today. Now, this viral instance was hosted at the Congressional Ball, which is a long-standing bipartisan tradition that brings members of the House and the Senate together at the White House each holiday season. Now, amid a media interaction, Trump made a rather bold assertion. He said, in what could not be looked as anything but another of his self-absorbed rants, that European leaders increasingly look to Washington for direction. And he did not stop there, viewers. he in fact went on to harp about how US had solved 8 wars and might need to intervene soon between Cambodia and Thailand. But what truly caught the attention and what went viral was his leadership claim.
European nations are reporting that your president might as well be the leader of the European nations also. They listen to us and they respect us like they've never respected us before. So we're going to work very hard. We get along with them. We want to get along with as many nations as we can. We've been ripped off by a lot of them for a lot of years. And
now, this tall claim follows the US president being named 2 days ago as Europe's most powerful person. A poll recently released the result of the list after having evaluated leaders not just by their titles or popularity, but by their real ability to influence decisions, shift of policies and challenge the existing order. In fact, this ranking was a welcome and respite amidst Trump making headlines and going viral for all the wrong reasons. Now, after the statements made at the ball yesterday, there is little left to say as to how much of a positive connotation remains in the case. Now, the online world especially did not take kindly to Trump's grand statement. In fact, his air of grandiose was swiftly trampled as netizens clamored online, dismissing any notion of his leadership being as sought after in Europe, from baffled reactions alleging his claim as ridiculous to angered reactions accusing the US president of incompetence back home in America. The internet displays a myriad of responses and retorts on your screens. And hot off the plate and straight to your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the hot trends of the day. Sora OpenAI will now be able to generate videos based on more than 200 Disney characters, including Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars. Disney has signed a deal with OpenAI and is investing $1 billion into the company. As the part of the 3-year agreement, some of these AI-generated videos will be released on Disney+. It's just got even more captivating for the fans, as they can also share these videos on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, internet has been swirling with questions of whether the US president is truly well or not, because the photo on your screens, viewers, speaks something else entirely. The photo was regulated hours after Trump signed an executive order banning states from regulating artificial intelligence. Netizens cracked up, saying that it was hilarious, and contrary also discovered that an AI image was generated. The incident highlighted challenges in spotting synthetic media amid advancing AI tools. History has been scripted by Indian junior men's hockey team World Cup Tamil Nadu 2025 in Chennai. It was a sensational win with a score of 4 runs in 11 minutes against Argentina. The match was begun by India on the front foot, further making inroads against Argentina. There was barely any opening found by India at the end of the first quarter, but the second quarter changed history for the nation. The Maharaja Yadavendra Singh International Cricket Stadium honoured Yuvraj Singh and Harmanpreet Kaur by naming stands after them. Yuvraj, the 2011 World Cup hero, brought energy to the Indian team before his 44th birthday, while Harmanpreet, captain of the 2025 Women's World Cup winning team, became the first active female cricketer to receive such an honour. Now, despite South Africa's 51-run victory, the event celebrated Punjab's cricket icons. Now, Cardi B delivered a humorous message to Saudi Arabia ahead of her performance in the Middle East. Now, this is regarding the Soundstorm 2025 festival. Now, during an Instagram live, she playfully promised to follow all the rules and be a good woman in the conservative kingdom. The rapper joked about covering up completely, even wearing gloves and socks, and expressed excitement for tax-free shopping. She is set to perform at the festival on December 13th, joining other artists like Post Malone. Now, an animated series based on the best-selling Magic Tree House book franchisee is officially in production. Author Mary Pope Osborne is a key creative partner in the venture, developed by Spury and Writeback. This is the first English-language adaptation for the series, which has sold over 194 million copies globally since its 1992 debut. It will leverage AI-enabled 3D production technology as well. Now, on December 11th, 2025, the Indian government informed the parliament that global air quality rankings, like those from IQ Air, WHO and other organizations, are not officially recognized or conducted by any governing authority. In response to the question in the Rajya Sabha, the Environment Ministry, in fact, emphasized that the World Health Organization's air quality guidelines are advisory and not legally binding. It also clarified that no official country-specific pollution rankings are maintained globally. Now, in a video that has been shared by Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on X, NDA MPs were seen travelling by bus to the Prime Minister's residence for a celebratory dinner. Rijiju thanked PM Modi for creating a warm, family-like atmosphere at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The December 11th gathering came shortly after the NDA's major victory in the Bihar Assembly elections. Now, Timothy Chalamet addressed fan theories that he is the masked UK rapper East Kid during a recent UK radio interview. When directly asked if he was the anonymous Liverpool artist, Chalamet offered a rather cryptic tease. All will be revealed in due time. He did not confirm or deny the speculation which has circulated online due to the supposed physical similarities between him and high school Lil Timmy Tim rap past. Now, the theory has boosted the rapper's streaming numbers as well. Now, Indian trailblazer Vinesh Fogart, as of today, has officially reignited her Olympic journey in a very well-received announcement. Now, she took to social media to declare her return to the competitive wrestling world after an 18-month-long hiatus. Her retirement decision, now reversed, is only fortified by a profound personal shift. In fact, the star wrestler never really had it easy with Olympics. Her history with the Olympics, in fact, was one marked by distress. She suffered a knee injury during the quarterfinals of her debut games in 2016, forcing her to withdraw. Then in 2021, she entered the Tokyo Olympics as the top-ranked wrestler in her category, but was knocked out in the quarterfinals in a shocking upset. In Paris, it seemed that the Olympic curse was finally about to end, but Vinesh stormed into the finals of women's 50 kg category on Tuesday after defeating defending Olympic champion Yui Susaki of Japan, former European champion Oksana Levanch of Ukraine, and reigniting Pan American Games champion Yusnelis Guzman. However, she missed the weight on the morning of the final, sending shockwaves across India and the global frequently. Now, netizens echoed sentiments of cheer, jubilant, and as they welcomed the return of the star wrestler. The comment section below her posts were flooded with people swarming in, sending messages of encouragement, support, and adulation. From rooting for her success here on to celebrating the indomitable spirit of sportsmanship, the range of reactions sure are immense and also heartwarming. Now, viewers, here's a story that had the internet raging today. A brief interview attempt inside Poland's Sejm escalated right up to a dispute, the recording of which has been circulated widely online. The footage so released showed journalist Justiana Dobros-Oraks approaching Senator Wojciech to ask for his views on Poland's position in discussions related to the war in Ukraine. As she held out her microphone, the senator leaned towards it and appeared to interfere with the device, something which we see that Dobros and Orcas immediately objected to. Now, the conversation did not continue any further, and the clip ended shortly and abruptly after the interruption. Now, netizens were in no way pleased at the way the journalist was treated in this now viral video. In fact, the comments below the release visuals are just the beginning. It's just the tip of the iceberg, a small glimpse into the world of outrage against the senator online. From slamming the senator for such outrageous behavior to even calling him out on perpetuation and normalization of such actions, the internet rage was one to behold. Fast, zippy, and exactly how they should be. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the fast trends of the day. Justin Bieber recently took a trip down the memory lane. The pop star shared an Instagram reel where he had returned to the location where he filmed the music video for his 2010 single, Baby. Bieber, in fact, visited the now-abandoned bowling alley sporting an oversized grey t-shirt and bejeweled baggy shorts that he accessorized with a silver chain and a beanie as he sings the track Baby a cappella as someone off-camera beatboxes the melody. The former NBA center Jason Collins shared with his world that he has stage 4 cancer. Collins, who played for teams like Nets and Hawks, had announced in September that he was undergoing treatment for a brain tumor. And on Thursday, he came forward with an emotional update as he said that his tumor is growing very aggressively, but that he did not give a prognosis. Amidst the bleak update, he also shared a message of hope as he expressed gratitude to his family and is going to continue to fight. In the ACC Men's Under-19 Asia Cup 2025 opener at the ICC Academy, Suryavanshi smashed 9 fours and 14 sixes for his 171 off 95 balls, reaching triple figures in 56 deliveries, which makes this his 6th ton of the year. This explosive knock followed his IPL breakout as the youngest centurion at 14 years and 32 days, plus hundreds in youth ODIs against England, youth tests in Australia, Syed Mushtaq Ali T20s, and of course for India A. BCCI praised the whirlwind innings, while Rajasthan Royals noted that he keeps rising the bar further. His dominance points to a bright future on the bigger stages. Now, of course, viewers, Akshay Khanna's performance in Dhurandhar has been winning the internet. As admiration for his performance surges, fans have now begun digging up old clips, including one featuring Akshay Kumar praising Akshay's talent. Now, in a widely shared post on X, a fan uploaded a scene from Farah Khan's 2010 film Tees Marka, where Akshay Kumar's character, posing as a filmmaker, approaches Akshay Khanna for a role. Now, along with the clip, the fan wrote, "Thank you, Director Saab, for giving the nation such an amazing actor." Akshay Kumar responded with wit as he wrote, "Kabhi ghamand nahi kiya." This basically translates to, "I have never been arrogant, brother, never." Ladies and gentlemen, we now close this show tonight with a glimpse into the Golden Qatar division of the Southern Command, executing dynamic operations, oriented training, and rehearsed tactics. Watch this as I bid goodbye.
the biggest national controversy breaks out over Deepam. Arnab will debate Deepam controversy for a second day running. Whether it's Dharmsthala or Deepam, Republic raises the hard question. Big debate at 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला. मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो.
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ.
प्लीज स्टॉप. झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका.
नॉट देयर. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला. मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला.
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो.
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ.
प्लीज स्टॉप. झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका.
नॉट देयर. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
As the biggest national controversy breaks out over Deepam, Arnab will debate Deepam controversy for a second day running. Whether it's Dharmsthala or Deepam, Republic raises the hard question. Big debate at 8 p.m.
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in Three Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
For small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of Three Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from Three Idiots movie.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, Nation for Deepam. The Deepam controversy is India's #1 national talking point. And at 9 o'clock tonight, as the opposition goes after a sitting judge over the Deepam movement, former judges hit back. Republic discusses the constitutional legal issues of precedent in the case. No problem. You. There have been a lot of reactions to what I said yesterday on the Deepam controversy. And certain self-styled secularati are saying Arnab is supporting Hindus. As usual, they are being very stupid. I am supporting not just Hindus. I am supporting what is right. It's insane to say in our country that in an ancient Hindu temple, Hindus will not be given the right to light the Deepam. This is not a north-south issue.